All right, but anyways, let's get started though with this week. So I guess let's start with what happened last time. If somebody wants to recap for us, so we might remember what happened, so we might remember what to do next.
So I guess the main points of what happened last week, we actually went to the University for Alchemy to check out this new chemical that we were told is essential for spellcasting that we had kind of heard about before, but not really. The Arcanium. Also checked out the inside for some potential information in regards to maybe going back to opening up a hatch that the Thieves Guild wanted us to do, though we discovered that would be a bit more difficult than they had advertised. And then we went back to actually speak with Walton Rich after the summons there. It's that point where we discovered that they want us to talk to an ancient gold dragon, but before we do that, they want to make sure we can actually handle a dragon if it comes down to a fight. So as a prerequisite to that, we have to fight a younger red dragon. But we found out that was actually also a mission from the Emperor, and so we need to go speak with him in a few days. But we need to learn our manners first, because otherwise we are probably going to get our heads chopped off.
Yeah. I guess that is pretty much it. Yeah. You found out that Arcanium is really expensive. People really want it, and they really don't want to let anyone else make it.
Yeah. Well, good thing we sold the mithril, so we can.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, you you went on an adventure to
everything our dream, everything we could possibly desire.
Yeah, to sell your stuff. So yeah, you were told specifically. I think somebody probably noted it down, but specifically to be at the palace at noon, in 3 days. So you better not be late. But yeah, so. Something I reminded you to do, in addition to anything else you have in plan, is to go and ask somebody for a map. You know? Because the map you have right now, the only map of the city you have right now, is something drawn by a peasant. on a rag with some blood on it.
So there's not like one of those like tourist information places.
If there was, we would have it by now, wouldn't we?
I guess,
yeah. I mean,
we'd have to go to a map maker and buy a map of the city.
In other words, Stoop has a much better map of the city, and he is getting annoyed we're using this one right now.
Yeah.
I mean, surely there's no way to tell that. I mean, really.
The Adventurers Guild has maps, for you.
What?
You actually, I think you asked before you went to the mansion the first time you were around here, like 9 months ago. You asked the Adventurers Guild for a map of the place, but the whole place had burnt down, so they didn't have a map then. But now you haven't asked them. So that's just a divine inspiration that has struck your characters.
Wonderful.
But yeah, I mean, I'm fairly proud of this map, and I'm also proud of the fact that you still haven't you haven't questioned like, what is this map? You've just been like, oh, it's a map.
Oh yeah, there's like little X marks, and we're not investigating whatsoever.
Yeah, but that's fine. Nobody cares about that.
We can
Anyways.
cross-reference it with the real map when we get the real map.
Anyway,
Things
so
on our plate right now.
yeah, you do have a lot of things on your plate. So you got kicked out of the Academy of Arcane Arts. Well, you were told to leave as your meeting was over. So that is where you are. At the Academy, it is afternoon in the city.
Is someone escorting us out of the academy?
No. I mean, you can stay there if you want. You were just like
I just had
told to
one
leave
question.
the like meeting room.
Yeah, I just had one question for them.
For whom?
If I anyone knowledgeable? It's about
Everyone.
spell scrolls.
Everyone in general.
I guess the master of the guild. Real quick, if I'm making a spell scroll and I have to cast the spell to make the scroll, would I need to take the dose of arcanium when I make the scroll, or when I use the scroll, or both?
So first of all, when you scribe a spell scroll, I don't think it's anywhere mentioned that you cast it.
Maybe it's just items where it's like you need to cast it for every day you're working on it. You need to expend a spell slot. Maybe is what the exact wording.
There's for some, well, expending a spell slot is also not the same as casting a spell.
Okay.
There's some instances where you got to cast a spell into something. Like I think that's how Pyrrhus's ring works, right? Where you have to cast a spell into your spell storing ring.
When you're
but
casting a spell, you can touch it.
yeah. But when you're scribing a scroll, you don't like cast a spell. But yeah, to answer your question, it would have to be taken when you actually use the scroll to cast something.
That's good.
Yeah. I don't think there's any act of casting when it comes to it. Yeah.
So then I guess in that case, if you answered your question, it'd be when you're casting the spell from the scroll.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't need the arcanium for making the spell scrolls. Wonderful. That's great. Because otherwise I was just going to risk it. But it's great to know that there is no danger. Okay, that's it. That's all the question I have for them.
Well, what's the plan?
Ah, right.
What are you doing? Where are you going?
Do we want to go ahead and see if we can speak to this Majordomo right away?
I think so, because then
Sure.
if nothing else, we can book an appointment to meet him the next day or whenever.
All right, so I guess that means we're probably heading towards the castle.
All right. So it's not a castle, first of all. You find out when you like get that way. The place is called the Castle District, but the Imperial Palace is more of just like a fancy building. I mean, it does seem like it is defensible, for sure. But yeah, you make your way north to the Imperial Palace. You're let through the gates as usual. Basically, you go through the noble district that it is, and make your way all the way north to the end of the peninsula, where you see this magnificent building, which is just huge, and just occupies like the whole end of the thing, and it's got a magnificent garden in front of it that you have to go through to get to the building and everything. But before you can even get to the garden, there's guards standing there at the gates who are clearly dressed up differently from the city guards, and as you just sort of confidently approach the place, you notice that there's some guards on the little walls that surround the palace as well, and those guards like bring up some crossbows, not like aiming at you, but just like getting them ready. And one of the guards is just like, "Stop right there, or we will shoot you," as you were warned.
Okay.
I personally stop right there.
Yeah, definitely gonna stop, but speak out to the guards. In a few days' time, we are expected to have an audience with the king. We were told to speak with the majordomo in regards to proper etiquette. Where would we go to speak with him?
The guard who told you to stop is just like, you're those people. Go on ahead.
Okay.
Yes, we go on ahead.
So yeah, you go through. You are in this magnificent garden. The city, like otherwise, is pretty like urban. There isn't a lot of plant life around. There's like a couple of little parks here and there. And as you go further away from the like noble parts of the city, it's less like paved up. But this place is very much like paved roads everywhere, so it's cool to see this nature here, although very like artificially kept up nature. But yeah, you make your way towards the palace. Clearly there are this is not a place for just anyone to get in, but in the garden you see that there's people who look like they are some sort of nobility, are just sort of hanging out, spending their time. So apparently some people are good enough to come here. But you make your way towards the doors to the place where another guard stops you, asks you what's up, and you tell them what's up, and they just tell you, all right, you can go in. And this process sort of keeps repeating itself, although the deeper you go into the palace, the more stringent they are at questioning you about like, who are you, what are you here. But as you like present your papers, they're like, okay, go on ahead. Until you get to what they are calling the like imperial wing of the palace. So you're already pretty deep in the whole building. It's a huge building. You've seen all sorts of things already that amaze you. But then you come to these big doors which block your way, and there's guards in front of them, and they again ask you, what is your business here?
And just as a question, since we're expected to be here at a specific time, about how long has this process taken so far?
Well, it's been like 20 minutes from the door. Yeah, so it's not that bad, but you've just been stopped constantly by guards because you don't look like you are supposed to be, I guess.
And it's
You
not
don't
like
look
we're
like the
unarmed
typical.
either.
Yeah.
We're here to see the maitre d' or whatever his name is. The matter. I can't say the word. That guy. We are meant to learn etiquette for our meeting with the Emperor. That's coming up shortly, in a few days.
The god
My
says.
fair lady, yes.
The god says, I see. The Majordomo is up ahead, but nobody enters the Imperial Palace or the Imperial wing without a search. So if you don't mind, we will need to search you and see that you don't have any concealed weaponry on you.
Is it
Yeah.
clear
Does that
what they
mean-
mean by that? If they're just looking for...
Does that mean I have to hand over my unconcealed weapons?
Probably.
Aw.
I'm okay with handing over my weapons and belongings, and then they can do like the pat down if that's what they're doing or implying.
Yeah,
If
that's
it's
the
like a strip
implication,
search,
but
then no, that's a different matter.
no, it's a pat down, but yeah, they are like, as they said, they are looking for any hidden weapons.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm perfectly fine with that. Pass over the weapons that I have and let them search.
I do the same.
Same for me, though I practically don't have anything that's harmful. Like, what are you gonna take? A book from a wizard? That's it.
Probably should
have
take
a
a book from a
dagger?
wizard.
You don't have a dagger or anything? I mean, not like concealed, but in your inventory.
No, I don't even have a dagger with me, so don't expect me to take it.
Oh,
attack of
celery!
opportunity.
No, we gotta buy you a dagger. That's just insane.
I have two. He can have one of mine.
Okay.
I mean, does anyone have any like concealed weapons or anything?
Unless
Do
you
they-
count a fish cooking pot as a concealed weapon, then no.
Or do you have anything that they would like find suspicious about you?
They might find the loot weird with the markings inscribed in it, but from me,
I mean, not unless they consider the lantern to be weird.
Todd's weird. I always have the Ion Stone of Intellect. You described it as like circling my head, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's always there. If they're weirded out by that.
I have the time stone.
Oh yeah.
Which is just a stone. Which, by the way,
We don't use ever.
yeah, you don't ever use, and you should maybe explain it to your new friends what it is, because these people have had a extremely powerful artifact for like ages, and they've used it twice.
I think like 3 or 4 times actually.
3 times tops.
The time stone, basically.
That's a reroll.
Yeah, you can just once during a 24-hour time period, you can just reroll any dice roll. And yeah, you can potentially use it more than once in a 24-hour time period. However, it's been very strongly advised to not do that. However, sometimes you really would need a second thing. So it's like, if you're guaranteed going to die, then it might be worth just rolling it a second time. But that's just me.
But yeah, there's been a lot of 24-hour periods, and a lot of them where it has not been used. Where it's like, there's been rolls that have been failed, where it could have just been like, okay, well, I'll just redo it.
A lot of the time, I feel like it's we're saving it for a bigger fish.
Yeah.
We never know what else. Because that's like a Hail Mary at the end. But
So only one person can hold it, but it looks like they can choose to use their reaction on any person's roll.
Any roll, yeah. Basically, it's basically just a reroll on anything. If a dice gets rolled, you can change it.
So that monster gets a crit, not anymore.
For example, yes.
Yeah, that would be good.
wait. I didn't even realize it was on enemies as well. Huh. That's good to know.
Yes, any roll.
I mean, there's roles that we don't know about as well, which is.
Yeah, and then
Well,
you
then
would
we
probably
couldn't
not know
react
to use it.
Yeah, we can react to those. Fair enough.
Yeah. But I mean, to be fair, yes, there are actually some times when, a lot of times, most of the time, I'm not telling you that I'm rolling, I'm rolling an attack or something like that. But you can probably like infer that, okay, somebody's attacking me, so they are probably making a roll for it. Or then you could just ask, was that a roll? And I can be like, yes. But anyways, yeah, you can reroll whatever you want. In general, I would advise to be more like free about using your stuff, because it's one of those things that really gets a lot of people have it, where it's like you gotta save all of these things for when things get really bad, and then they never get bad enough for you to use them, and then you never use them. So
All the HP.
You should start re-rolling like mundane stuff. Get used
I do
to
a bard
using
performance. I don't get a nat 20. Time to reroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, even if you're like going up in a battle against some goblins or whatever, like a bear, you fight a bear or something, and you don't feel like this is, maybe a dragon will come in the evening and attack us. Probably not. So you could probably re-roll on the bear.
Which, key
Where
point there, the dragon fight might be a good time to use it.
For example, I believe that is one where you can you feel more inclined to do things. On that note, by the way, for next week I do have, depending on what you do this time, I have in the future I have plans for a really cool fight for you. That is not the dragon fight. I'm looking forward to that. I've crafted something very special for you.
I was about to say, you're expecting us to get to the dragon by next week?
No. No. See, I'm banking on it, and in fact, a look behind the curtain here for like DMing stuff. You will never get to anything before I like want you to get to there. like you can delay, and I can be like, why are they not going there? But the one thing that you can't do is go somewhere if I don't want you, because I could just like throw in bandits attack, slow you down.
Challenge accepted.
You're
just gonna go for the dragon right away.
Just spend like the 5th level spell slots just to blast through it.
You know what, guys? I've got a feeling we should go on a boat and just take it to a different continent. Let's see how that goes.
Sea serpents.
Sea serpents that cast a teleport spell on you.
Perfect.
Actually, I've got a question. The cursed ring that a party member has, and I definitely remember who that party member is.
Is that rude?
This is rude, right? Is that a cause for concern here?
For the gods?
Yeah.
No, because it's just a ring.
Well, I'm assuming they're aware that magic rings exist, and
yeah. But I mean, you've accepted their terms of like them patting you down to search for concealed weapons. They actually don't take your weapons. They don't take anything from you at this point. They just wanted to know if you are like
concealing anything.
Yeah, trying to hide something, because if you're just like, if you have something visible, they assume that, their assumption is that they would know that you have it, so they assume that you would not be dumb enough to try and go in and do something bad with it.
Yeah, makes enough sense.
Yeah. But also, like as I mentioned, like you've noticed is that like security level is going up and up and up and up. So there might be a security level up ahead where they would take everything away from you. But this is not it. So they let you through, and they tell you that the Majordomo can be found at the end of a hall on the left, and point you over there.
We run off in the other direction. No. Let's go where they've directed us.
They would shoot you in the back. So you make your way at the end of a hall. It opens up into a room. The door is open, so you can just kind of walk in, and it seems like it looks like an office, to be honest. And there's a desk by the wall, and in front of it you see somebody writing down something, and as you kind of make your way in and make noise as you clank about with all your weapons and everything, they turn around and rise up from their chair and give you a little bow and say, how may I help you?
We were told to come speak with you because we have an audience with the Emperor in a few days, and we were told that you can help us learn the correct manners to display in front of him.
The person before you is first of all, they're an elf. They are fairly young. Hard to say with elves, but they seem young for an elf. And they look back at you and say, "Oh yes, you must be the fire starters, if I understand correctly. I welcome you to the Imperial Palace. I hope you have had a pleasant visit with us so far."
Very strict security, but as expected.
I apologize profusely, but I cannot currently accept you in here for your preparations. I would have you wait here for a while. I can let you in to a guest room where you can rest for a moment before we will talk more about your manners.
Sure, yeah. How long can we expect the wait, or is it a variable thing?
I will try my best to make it as fast as possible, so you will not have to wait too long. Understand that we were not expecting you to arrive so soon, but I will endeavor to make this all work for you, though.
Right, of course.
Yeah, that's understandable. And if there was a better time for us to come by, that would be fine as well. Whichever way is better in this, obviously, sudden situation.
The Majordomo looks at you for a moment and says, "Oh, no, certainly not. I understand you are not locals, so you have your own customs, but please, follow me to the guest room. I will show you there, and you can wait for a little bit." And then they lead you on, opening the door for you every time and allowing you to go through first, and swatting off any guards that try to question you. And it's actually pretty close by. They just kind of lead you over to a nice little room where you can kind of sit down for a little bit, and the Majordomo then bows to you and says, "Please, our esteemed guests, we will endeavor to try to keep you entertained here. I will have somebody bring you some light snacks as you wait. And I will endeavor to be as quick as possible with all of this.
Yes, yes. That's very good to hear. Take your time and do what you need. We're not in a rush.
Yes, understandable. I will be back as soon as possible. And they bow and exit out. And yep, you're left in this room alone.
Guys, it's a test. It's a test. I bet he's watching us.
Is there anything interesting around the room? And are there any guards in the room?
No, like I said, you're alone.
Okay.
Nothing really interesting. There's some
Any
fine
windows?
art on the walls. Yeah, there's a window out to the sea.
I bet he's just testing to see, like, how ill-behaved we are when, there's no one around.
That's a possibility.
Well,
That's a
then let's
little
do
cynical.
Establishing a starting point.
let's do a polite little interaction, and I'll play us some music, and we can all be polite about it and enjoy it quietly. Yes.
All right.
And then I'd like to start playing some music on my lute, and not massively, kind of like classical, I guess, to a degree, on a lute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Performance.
I do know how to play a lyre if you'd like me to join in.
Ooh.
How good are you? I'll ask.
Not professional by any means.
Well, we'll see how I'll start off, and then depending on how good it is, you can jump in if you feel there's an opening for you. Yeah, not bad.
Do you want me to do a roll too?
Sure. Join in.
Respectable.
Yeah, so I guess you just kind of sit around and wait, and these two are just jamming. They just start a jam
Don't we
session.
know that? Don't we know that divination magic doesn't work? Like, so they're probably not spying on us or anything.
Through magical
Right.
means, but they could just have a hole in the wall, or be watching
Never
through like
know.
a fake window. And magical items seem to work as well with like the post and the elevators. So it could just be a one-way magical looking device.
So while they're playing the music, could I like go around and see if like there are openings or like secret doors around this room?
Are there any two-way mirrors?
Yeah. Like how thorough do you want to be? Like or how overt do you want to be about it? Are you just gonna like walk around and look at the walls? Are you gonna actually like go to a wall and like check out
I'll probably like
anything?
pacing, and seems like I'm dancing to the music, but I'm actually looking out for things. But I probably wouldn't touch anything or shift anything.
All right. In that case, give me a perception check. Yeah.
Mervyn is standing, not sitting down, because as usual, he is just covered in grease and soot and is gonna get it all over the furniture if he sits down.
So Celery, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. Yeah. You don't see any
overly suspicious.
No, you don't see anything that would seem like anyone's spying on you or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But the paintings are nice. The walls are nice. The furniture's nice. It's all very nice. All very pleasant. But it takes like 5-10 minutes, and then some staff comes in and just comes in with a platter of coffee and tea, and then there's another platter of some fruits and nuts that you can eat, and they just sort of bring them in there and just leave. They don't say anything to you.
Do they nod along enthusiastically to the music, bopping along as they walk, or swaying with the beat?
They do not seem to react to the music, no.
Ah, wow. Shame on them.
Mm.
Oh. I'll have some of the food, you know. It's like with the donuts at the police station. You've got to take some to prove that you're not guilty. You can't leave them.
What are we even guilty of?
Exactly, we're not guilty.
We haven't committed the crime yet.
What
This isn't
crime?
about a crime.
Breaking into the alchemical academy.
Have some
We haven't
tea,
done that.
eat some
We haven't
fruit.
done that. Yeah, I'll have. I'll be as polite as I can about, you know, like eating the dates or whatever they have, and the Wait, did you say coffee and tea?
Mhm.
Yeah, I have that. And I'm trying to be like fancy like, but obviously I don't know exactly how I'm supposed to do it, but I'm just doing what I seems fancy.
Pinky
But
out.
again, I'm not sitting.
All right. Well, it takes like 30 minutes from that on that you're just kind of sitting there waiting around until finally the majordomo returns to you. They come over and they again greet you with a deep bow and say, I am very, very sorry for your delay. We have done our best to hopefully accommodate you while you were waiting. So, as I understand, you have requested this meeting as you are uncertain about your own abilities to conduct yourself in front of the Emperor. Am I correct?
Well, yes, we've been in the presence of kings before, but we've never been told that we're particularly graceful. So, you know, we thought we'd show some respect to the Emperor and freshen up on the ways in which we are meant to interact with someone as esteemed as the Emperor.
The majordomo looks at you and says, yes, quite. And just starts sort of scanning all of you and says, well, if I may, there's going to be some work that has to be done about how you present yourselves. We will provide you suitable clothing for the occasion, and baths, and we will make you ready and presentable for the Emperor. But beyond your looks, it is important for you to act very, very specifically and very correctly in a official imperial audience as this is. So why don't we begin with a little bit of role play? I would like to see where we start off from. You may imagine that I represent the Emperor here. Of course, I am not anything like the Emperor himself, but we can use our imagination for this, I hope. And I would like you to act as yourselves. And as you would present yourself to one of these kings that you have met. Perhaps, though, preemptively, I would advise you to be perhaps even more polite about your presence. Please, go on ahead. You there. Why don't you start? Looking at Mervyn.
Oh. Okay. I I guess I step like one step closer, and then I bow as he did to us earlier, and then
Give me
I
a performance roll
say, okay.
on that.
Yeah. 8.
As you bow down, the majordomo says, excuse, okay, perhaps one of your friends would like to begin instead. Thank you for your time. And the majordomo bows to you and says, thank you for your time, good sire. Perhaps you, and looks at Pyros.
Okay. So yeah, very similar. He's going to try and start with the bow mimicking the one that Mishomo gave us.
Give me a performance check.
Okay. Basically saying, greetings, Your Excellency. It's an honor to be in your presence.
The majordomo says, all right, thank you, sir. That will be enough. I see we need to go through some ground rules first. Firstly, you are not to speak to the Emperor unless spoken to and asked to speak. And beyond that, we will have to work on your bows. You will need to present yourself as well as possible.
My turn. I'm just gonna go out.
The majordomo looks at Frida and says, as you wish, good sir. Please.
I would like Todd to go up alongside Fred and like be with him just to make this worse for him.
I want to, as straight faced as I can, bow in the same formality as I've seen, and then keep my head lowered at the ground, staring at the floor.
Todd does the same.
Give me a performance check. Not a daughter.
Yeah.
The majordomo says, thank you, good sir. Your bow is excellent and your form is good. What is this thing beside you, though?
I'm gonna look sharply at Mervyn. That's Mervyn's. I don't have any control over him. This is Todd.
The majordomo says, I see. I will have to ask that Todd not join this session. This
no,
what's the
he'll
word?
be good,
Audience.
I promise. I'm sorry.
This
I'm
audience
sorry.
with
I'm
the.
sorry. He'll be good. He'll be good. I won't do something like that again. I'm sorry. No, please. Please
Uh,
don't stay with us.
Good sir. You must understand. An automaton like this has no place in front of the emperor.
Mervin's heartbroken. We can leave Mervin with the rest of our gear. We won't be bringing that before the emperor.
Irvin with the rest of our gear.
I mean, well, Todd. I mean.
You said Mervin.
Oh, honestly, that would work as well.
I was going to say if they do end up holding onto our gear, they would probably also not want that to go in as well, since
Yeah.
I've seen it can attack things.
Yeah.
The majordomo then turns to the celery and says, "Well, please, my good sir, we have seen everyone else try to show their bow, so I believe it is only fair for you as well to show me if you have learned the correct way."
I'm not gonna say anything and just take the bow as best as I can. Man, I'm not even from this part of the world. I came from the woods.
Yeah. The majordomo says, "Yes, we will have to practice on your form for all of you. It will do good. Now, please do after me." And the majordomo shows you the bow again, and then gets up and shows like, "Please do." No need to roll for it now, but they do you bow?
Yeah.
Yep.
Follow instructions.
Can I just say that I can't guarantee that the person that will turn up during the meet will be celery?
Oh, right.
So I'm gonna practice, but I can't guarantee it will be me.
But yeah, this repeats a couple of times. You get the hang of it. It's not like it's rocket science or anything. It's just they're very particular. They give you like pointers about like how deep to bow and where to place your hands and everything. And yeah, you get the gist of it eventually. Then the majordomo says, "Now, how would you actually no, they don't ask you. They tell you, I will tell you how the meeting is going to begin. So you will be arriving at the throne, at the dragon throne, where the emperor will be sitting, waiting for you. I will be joining you. I will walk beside you. We will all walk in one row, and I will walk one pace in front of you. We will all walk with an equal pacing, and when I stop, you will stop as well. As you are approaching the emperor, and after you have stopped, you may not look the emperor in the eyes. We will walk towards the emperor. We will stop at a point, at which point I will present you to the emperor and announce you as guests. And after this, we will walk a little bit forward, we will stop again, and then you will bow to the emperor. After the bow, we will move forward a little bit more, and then eventually stop in front of the Emperor, at which point you will kneel before the Emperor. And you will stay kneeled as the Emperor greets you and gives you his greeting. After the greeting, you may then rise up to listen to the Emperor's words. And as I said before, you may not speak to the Emperor unless spoken to and asked for an answer. If you break any of these rules, I will have to immediately remove you from the Emperor's presence for defiling the dragon throne with your acts of insolence. So I hope you behave.
When you say remove, just so that we're all on the same page here, and I glance over at Mervyn, can you explain what you mean?
I will politely ask you to leave the room.
Insight check. Is he lying about that?
That's
Does
fair.
he actually want to kill us if we disgrace the Emperor?
What you come to the you don't so you ask two questions that don't necessarily aren't mutually exclusive. So basically the sense you get is that they do see it as like one of the worst things you could do, but you also understand that they, as a person, seem like they are like overly polite, so they will. So that is like them politely asking you to leave is like the worst thing that they can do, that they are willing to do there, but that they really see it as like,
Death upon my family.
yeah, they really see it as like a really, really bad thing.
They don't want to have to clean blood off the carpet.
Our blood would be too disgusting for the Emperor.
Yes.
Just to recap on one thing, you did say that basically we should never at any point look the Emperor in the eyes.
That is correct.
Okay.
Now, once the audience is done, you will then once more bow before the Emperor, and then you will turn, and we will walk out at an even pace.
I have a question. When you say don't look him in the eye, do you mean like kind of stare at the ground, or do you mean just like kind of like keep your eye line like slightly like off it, like away from his head, but still like your face is towards his face?
The majordomo says, there's an excellent question. Good tip for that is to look at the Emperor's feet.
Got it. Okay.
So, just so that we're all on the same page, could you quickly run through the steps again about what we do when we enter? And then you don't have to say it aloud, dude, but I feel like that's something that would be important to
Sure.
clarify to characters.
Sure.
So it's gonna be we were gonna be like basically shoulder to shoulder, but separated. He was going to be just a little bit in front of us. We walk up, stop. He announces us, and we walk up, bow, and then kneel.
No, I think we walk up a little bit more and then kneel.
Right.
Right? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, there's three
Yeah, we're
stops.
just-
And then we
then we
wait.
stand.
And then we wait to be greeted. Then we stand up. Is he gonna say something like "You may now stand," or do we just stand when he stops talking?
The majordomo says, "You will know when to stand up."
Okay.
That's
We
an
could
awful
probably
lot of
just
trust.
watch our friend here and see when he stands.
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's true. Okay.
About our dress and our attire, when is this going to be dealt with? Because I have some costumes, but I could look like a cheap noble, but I don't believe that's what we're going for here.
Right. How early should we arrive?
The majordomo says, "You should arrive in good time, so you are not late. If you are late, you are not to, at that point, then have an audience. But in terms of your dress, you will, of course, have to change here. And as said, bathe." Looks at Mervyn. And so you should come in good time. Now, as it comes to your clothing, I have asked the tailor to come here. They should be arriving, in fact, very soon here to greet you, and they will take your measurements so that we can tailor you your outfits.
And how exactly is this tailor going to be measuring us? Are we stripping down to get precise fitting clothes, or just estimates? Because I've never had custom made clothes.
Fred, what tailor have you been going?
The majordomo looks at Fred and says, "Please, sir, I would implore you to keep your clothes on. The tailor will use a measuring tape, which is a device that allows them to measure your body and figure out what they need for the clothing."
The measuring tape column knowledge for the average adventurer.
You
Like the
know,
toolkit of a tape.
you probably know what it is, yeah.
I mean, the main reason why I'm asking this is because if I did have to take my shirt off and then he'd see the dragon mark, that would be
Oh yeah.
a bit of cause for concern. So, not that everyone thinks I'm massively stupid. I'm a little bit.
On that
but-
train of thought, they did say that they are going to bathe us that day.
Oh.
That's when I need to take Arcanium and cast suggestion. Got it.
Perfect. No. Perfect idea. Disguise self, but it's you without the tattoo.
I don't know about that. Yeah, well, we can ask about the thing. And do you trust us enough to bathe ourselves, provided we have the facilities, or does some poor soul have to clean Mervyn and I'll scrunch up my nose?
The majordomo looks at you and says, "I understand you are from far away. Your customs differ from ours, but we would be very pleased if you would adapt to our customs, and perhaps you would not attempt to strip you naked in here. And also, around here we do bathe by ourselves, and we would not have anyone with you there."
Oh, okay.
Yes, that is amenable. We can manage that.
Can you imagine we demanded attendance to pay them?
Great, you must bathe my body. I shan't accept any other alternatives. Where are the attendants? I need my body scrubbed.
Uh,
Don't forget to
By the way,
sales.
I do want to mention that Chris is eavesdropping on us through Wi-Fi, through train Wi-Fi.
Oh.
So don't try to kill Zarude
Okay.
too much.
How's Zaru doing with the bowing?
Just fine. Zarude's not present, so automatically mediocre.
Average. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions to the Majordomo?
Where would we store our stuff?
We will take care of your belongings
Do
here.
we need to bring anything with us?
I do not believe that the Emperor has requested anything of you.
Because we're being tasked with a quest. First of all, are you aware of what the quest is? Or
The Majordomo says, I am aware of most things that go on in the palace, yes.
how much knowledge should we seek out before we have our audience with the Emperor? Are we expected to be knowledgeable of this dragon to some degree on our own beforehand, or are there any requirements for our knowledge base other than the etiquette?
The Majordomo looks at you for a moment and says, as I understood, you are seasoned at these kinds of things, so I believe your knowledge of dragon slaying should be sufficient. I do not see why you would need to seek any more knowledge than experts such as you would have.
Yeah, I kind of whispered Fred, then we can just hit the library at the Adventurers Guild. I'm sure that amount of knowledge is probably sufficient, assuming they haven't burned all the books about dragons.
We'll be fine, Mervyn.
Yeah. Okay. But by the way, did we I don't remember, did we give the box to Woltenrich or do we still have it? We gave it to him? Okay.
Gave that to him and Donnie's staff.
Oh, okay.
And were we given like any papers or anything for the actual summons? No. Okay.
Waltridge just told you that you have an audience.
And obviously everyone so far is known, so I guess it's not really necessary.
It seems like somebody has organized all of this for you.
I wonder who. Maybe we're in the room with him now.
And they've been told that we are experienced dragon slayers.
Yeah,
It
that's
seems.
an interesting one.
That would be funny.
Well, is there anything else that we may need to know when it comes time for the audience that you haven't gone over yet?
The Majordomo says, no, your usual court politeness will do here. Your court etiquette will be quite enough on top of what we have discussed so far. I believe you are ready. As long as you follow all of these steps exactly, I will not have to remove you from the Emperor's presence.
We'll be sure to practice.
All right. In that case, let me escort you out of the palace, and I will see you all the next time that you have business here with us.
Okay.
And also the tailor comes in and takes your measures. But yeah, if you have no questions, then the Majordomo just escorts you out. And like you saw the Majordomo's office and everything, and you have the sense that they have a lot of like things to do, but throughout everything you didn't get the sense that you are like being hurried or anything. So either the majordomo had time for you, or then is very good at hiding the fact that they have 1,000 better things they should be doing than escorting you around the
Maybe
palace.
we're that important.
Or maybe not.
Baltimore even said we're seasoned adventurers and that we're decently strong. So, you know, maybe the fire starters are on their way up in the world.
Hmm. Anyways, you've been thrown out of the palace.
Politely.
Yes.
Without suffering any physical damage.
Yes. Or losing any items that you know of.
All right.
The tailor
So
picked
it's-
your pockets.
You're right. So was dragon research the next stop?
I think so.
Are we not getting the
Wait.
map first?
Well, that was well.
the
Apparently,
same place,
we
right?
now
That's
know
at the-
that
that's at
they
the
have a
adventurers
map
guild.
at the guild, and the guild library is where we were gonna go.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, let's do that, and then we can.
two birds with one stone.
When were we planning on doing the alchemical academy thing?
Good question.
Before the emperor, after the emperor?
Is there a deadline to it?
No.
We weren't given one.
No. I feel like it would be rude to take more than like a week to do it.
It probably also might not be the best idea to commit a crime right before the audience with the emperor, unless we're
So it
absolutely
needs to be a
completely
perfect
positive
crime.
that we can get in and out without being seen.
My mind is we do it just before we leave the city,
Yeah.
because then we're not there to face the repercussions.
So after we
And
met
we're
an
then on our
audience,
way
then
to
we
do a job directly for the Emperor. So if it does come back that we've done some no stuff, we've also done some good stuff, and we currently haven't been promised any rewards. So
Okay.
being pardoned for the crime could be a pretty good reward.
Okay.
Some might say just don't
So-
commit the crime in the first place, but yeah.
It also depends on how much we care about being able to get into like the one more district that we currently can't.
Yeah, it's just that we told the Thieves Guild that we were gonna do it, so and I don't want to piss them off, but you know.
I mean,
'Cause
we
they
survived
gave
being
us-
at odds with them before, to be fair. Like when
I
they,
guess
like the second in command in Stoneholm, he tried to kill us because we didn't pay him. So,
that is fair.
and then the Rat King just, you know, let us continue on business the next time we saw the Rat or the big boss. So
Yeah.
it might not be that big of an issue, but I'd rather do the job for him after we said we'd do it. So,
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
but yeah, I say we go to the guild and read and collect the map that Dupe wants to give us. Which one is not even a Dupe doesn't even have a spare map. They're all out of maps at the guild.
Yeah, right.
I mean, let me tell you, once upon a time, you were supposed to go on a little quest to get the map. But at this point, you're just getting it. At one time, I had an idea for like, you know, okay, you gotta do a couple of things to go and get it, but
Now Dupe just wants to show us the map he's worked on.
anyways, so you head back to the Adventurers Guild then.
Mhm.
It is actually getting a little late in the day as you arrive at the guild, but that's probably good because well, this is where you usually sleep, so yeah, you're at the guild.
I'd like to go to one of the receptionists and ask for a map from them. Guild leader doesn't need to concern himself with giving us a map.
Uh-huh. They tell you you can find one in the library.
Lovely.
Okay.
Then
That's our next stop.
where's the library? I will ask, just so we know the directions. Maybe we already know the directions, but it doesn't hurt to ask.
They tell you where it is, and it is in the same place as in every Adventurers Guild.
Good to know. Then we'll go there.
These are all built to code.
So I'm going to start looking for the books on dragons, and I will not be looking for those maps.
I'll go ahead and grab and look for the map then.
You have now a map of the city, so I can take you to this thing.
Oh wow,
Awesome.
that is very intricate.
So now you have a map of the city. You actually see kind of what it is like, more than just, you know, it has walls.
Cool.
So I've marked down. First of all, you can zoom this in pretty well. I'd say you can even go to like 200. 100 lets you like see the whole thing, but like 200% you can see a little bit more. Or closer. And yeah, I've marked out with these dots. I've marked out some locations that you already know, so you should be able to see it when you hover over one of the dots as to what it says, what the place is. So, for example, the Adventurers Guild says Adventurers Guild on the white dot. Just to not clutter the map with a ton of text. Yeah, the map you find is like, this is not, you don't find this as a map in the guild library, obviously. The map you find is a little bit more like
In a restricted area.
it's drawn by somebody, like by hand, and it's got like street names and everything and stuff like that, but what it doesn't have, it doesn't actually have a lot of like labels for things either. It mostly just like labels in like streets, and so you have addresses, but you don't really have info on what is in these places. But it does have like, it does note some, like there's pictures of more important buildings here and there that you might then be able to spot on this map as well. But yeah, this gives you a more visual clue of it. And also this map is kind of to scale if you use the measure tool. It's sort of to scale about. So yeah, just to give you a bit of a better idea again about the like size of the city, that it is really big, that like the population of the city is like 300,000 people, which is huge for this kind of a city, and even like in modern days that is a decent sized place. And as you are walking around the city, it takes you a while, as I'm sure you've inferred from the fact that it takes you hours to get from one place to another.
So, comparing this map and the old map, do we have any idea on what the X's might be?
So the older map you do have in your inventory, so you can try and figure out yourself if there's anything. But nothing like yeah, like you see that there's some things that seem to like. Well, I'll leave it to your interpretation.
Okay, so nothing that
there's
seems to be an exact match for places we've been.
I saw the like. This is probably the castle, but I saw it and I was like, "Ooh, there's an arena."
I think the palace is the big gold one on the corner there
Yeah.
on the edge.
Mhm. That is the Imperial Palace over there.
Oh.
So yeah, there's some sort of stadium.
Yep.
Cool.
I should
You probably did
mark
walk
out
by
the
at some point.
Imperial Palace. Yeah, it looks like a stadium. From the outside, it doesn't look like much else.
Right.
The Imperial Palace.
Where's the port that we arrived at?
You're not 100% sure, but you would guess that it is the one down there.
Okay.
As you were kind of, well, you weren't blindfolded right away, but you were new to the place and everything. So, and Pyros and Celery have arrived through the southern gate when you arrived back then.
Gotcha.
But yeah, map.
Very nice.
So you want a book on dragons?
Yes.
Yes.
Many as possible.
So I mean, there's not actually like, you don't find any sort of like book on dragons. You find general texts that describe dragons and the different varieties of dragons. The books here don't seem to have like a lot of knowledge on the topic. But as you skim through, you find, well, first of all, let me ask you, just as players, what are your thoughts about like D&D dragons? Are you familiar with like how they usually are?
Somewhat.
Sort
They
of.
fly and do dragon breath. That's as
Yeah,
much as we need to know, right?
Their,
They're
their
different.
color corresponds to what type of breath weapon they're going to have and what, I don't know if it's resistance or immunity to that damage.
For red
Um,
dragons, one interesting thing I've seen for general D&D lore is that they know exactly how much gold is in their hoard at any given time, and they can tell if a single gold piece is missing.
That's
Mhm.
funny.
Mm-hmm.
Their breath weapon should be in cones.
Could be cone or line.
Yes. So yes, these are all true things. I not exactly what I was referring to. I was meaning like more about like personality wise and such. So the colors also match generally what kind of a dragon they are, and their alignment is also tied to their colors. And so you focus down on gold and red dragons, and you find that red dragons are, well, not in these terms, but they are chaotic evil, and and gold dragons are lawful good. So you find that the different dragons have different personalities and act differently. They have different motivations, but also as you read the text, it's also clear that any type of dragon is dangerous and could just kill you anyway. And that kind of like dragons have sort of their morality is a little bit different from your player races, because for them, like, well, first of all, one thing you learn is that dragons are, as far as anyone knows, immortal, ageless. So they can be as old as can be, as far as anyone knows. And so they sort of view things from a different perspective, time-wise and such. So for them, you might appear as just, kind of the equivalent of an annoying insect that's flying around, and you just sort of swat away. So even if they are like super good dragons, they might still be like, go away. Or even like, splat.
Can I read if red dragons are solitary creature? I hope I put this right. Like, they're
Yeah.
alone.
Well, all dragons are most like to be on their own. Like dragons don't live with other dragons, generally speaking.
What
They might-
happens if they met with a second one?
Well, I mean, they usually know of each other and of each other's positions and everything, so they kind of keep to themselves. So usually, like, the only time you're going to see two dragons at once is going to be if it's like a baby dragon with its mother. But yeah, some dragons
Could I
are
read up on
more solitary
Could I
than
read
others,
up
for
on
sure.
sections on like mating calls? Like dragon mating calls.
There's unfortunately no information on that.
They do
I mean-
speak a language, so it might just be like general flirting.
Yes. that is
Yes,
fair.
you do find out, as also somebody could maybe tell you, is that they speak Draconic, a language one of you knows at least.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this to the party before, but I do speak
But I
Draconic.
am a Dragonborn.
Guys, just in case you guys hadn't noticed, I'm a Dragonborn, and I actually speak Draconic twice. With different accents both times.
Yeah, the chromatic accent and the metallic accent.
Oh, that does remind me, yes. Something that you do find from the books as well is that the dragons do apparently claim like two lineages, chromatic dragons and metallic dragons. So chromatic dragons are dragons with a like color dragon, so red dragon, blue dragon, white dragon. Those are all chromatic dragons, color dragons. And the metallic dragons are ones with a metal before them, so gold dragon, silver dragon, so on. And the metallic dragons are said to be descendants of Bahamut, and the chromatic dragons descendants of Tiamat, two draconic gods. And generally speaking, chromatic dragons are evil and metallic dragons are good. Generally. Yep.
Can we look up any and all information on the history of the Empire's dragon or dragons, whatever we find? Because
That
They
is not information at the Adventurers Guild, no, because the Adventurers Guild mostly just has information on the like creatures themselves, not really history about the Empire or anything.
okay, so that we'd have to look at elsewhere because
Yeah,
they,
yeah.
from what I've gathered, appear to have tamed or somehow bonded with a dragon for the dragon throne, and it'd be useful information to have, in theory, on how to tame a dragon. Obviously, I doubt that we will be befriending a dragon, but who knows? Maybe we can spare the dragon and get it to do us a favor by doing whatever they did.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We could try, but the Waltrentich said that they tried
Yeah, I
to
know,
kill this
but it would also be like
poison dragon.
good knowledge to have
That's
in
fair.
case we meet other dragons or the gold dragon.
I mean, they're fully sentient, so I think like taming them is just like convincing them to do you a favor, like you said. It's
Yeah, but again, we can look into that as and when we find it. Maybe they've enslaved the dragon somehow. Who knows?
You did
I
mention
see.
that the book talks about how like the different colored dragons have the different personalities and whatnot. Does it go into depth on that for like the red and gold ones here?
Basically, gold one's good, red one's evil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So basically, the extent of the knowledge you can find from the Adventurers Guild library is this. Plus, then, so specifically for gold and red dragons, you learn that they are both fire dragons. So they both breathe fire and also don't get hurt by their own breath. So there's like somebody's noted down with a marker like, don't try to reflect the dragon's breath on itself. It doesn't work.
So they are immune to fire?
Yes, they are immune to fire, yes. Dragons, fire dragons are immune to fire. They have a breath of fire, but also the gold dragons have another breath that weakens you. It doesn't hurt you, but it weakens you. In addition, gold dragons, like red dragons, actually don't have that many tricks up their sleeves. Red dragons are noted to be like martially extremely powerful. Like they are some of the strongest dragons. Physically, they are very, very powerful, but they don't really have many like tricks. So their only trick is pretty much like fire breath and being scary. And strong. But for gold dragons, they have the fire breath, they have the weakening breath. They also have what some dragons have, which is the ability to shapeshift. So they can shapeshift to other creatures and also humanoids. So that's something to note down in your notebooks, that a gold dragon might look like a human. And lastly, one trick that the gold dragon has up its sleeve is that it is, in fact, able to breathe underwater.
But that means that the red dragon cannot breathe underwater.
You are very correct.
There's no note about that, at least.
You can drown a red dragon.
And they can both fly, of course, right?
Theoretically.
I cast water breathing.
Yes, they both can fly.
Whoever has with what's the one where you can like, oh, never mind, I'm thinking of something else. I thought there was like a teleport spell where you could like grab someone and like it would just teleport.
There's
There
the
are a
closest thing to
few.
I think of is travel through plants, whatever that spell is, where a druid, I know it's in the druid spell list, you can basically teleport between two plants, and if a druid was under the water and had seen some algae or coral at the bottom of the ocean, and then made the dragon touch a big tree, and then they would be at the bottom of the ocean. But none of us are a druid, first of all. And secondly, I'm not sure how effective that would be, and we also wouldn't be able to reclaim the body of the dragon.
Right.
Thunderstep lets you take someone with you, but they have to be willing.
I think the spell you're thinking of is Vortex Warp. You have
Yeah.
access
Yeah,
to that
there's-
spell. Yeah.
There's ways to like force another creature through teleportation, but even then, generally speaking, they don't allow you to teleport things like several hundred miles, usually, easily. And yeah, they also usually give some sort of like saving throw or something. But yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I mean, there are theoretical ways, yes, where you could teleport a dragon to the bottom of the ocean, but
You could
But I-
clean
Probably
shift
not
into a
gonna be
water
the way
plane.
we kill it.
Yeah, plane shift into an elemental plane of water.
yeah. But I think the thing to note down here is not drown red dragon, but rather do not attempt to drown gold dragon, or more likely just like know that gold dragons can breathe underwater, which might be an important
In
thing.
case they try, means they might try to drown us.
But yeah, the that's about it for the Adventurers Guild library information. So you get kind of like basic info on what's a dragon and what kind of skills they have. You also, by the way, I assume you're like taking notes on other kinds of dragons, but we'll skip them for now because you don't need to know about them.
Is there anything about like what kind of do your weapons have to be magical to hurt it? A red dragon or a gold dragon?
No, nothing like that is mentioned. It's just mentioned that they are extremely durable and dragon scale is extremely difficult to pierce.
Does it also say anything about like a magical fear-inducing ability, or just that they are very scary?
They are very scary.
Okay.
Are there sections of the book on how to scale a dragon?
No. Before any further questions, as I said a couple of times now, this is about the extent of the knowledge that is in this library. So, so hint, hint.
You have to go somewhere else.
Try somebody else.
In the morning, probably.
How late is it? Like, could we go to like someplace to drink and talk about dragons with some grizzled adventurers who are having a beer or something? Or is it?
I mean, you're at the Adventurers Guild, where there are some adventurers.
I mean, is it like bedtime? Everyone's asleep, or are people still drinking?
People are still up, yeah.
Okay.
Are any of the adventurers wearing dragon scale?
That would be a start.
There's nobody you recognize immediately as a dragon killer.
Here's a general question: does anyone in the guild look notably stronger than us?
You've seen some people here and there, but you know, people also like just pass on through, so some of them might be gone. In terms of like the guild staff, most of them seem like they are, you know, seasoned adventurers who have gone through their own adventures.
So if I do remember correctly, it's also sort of been stated, though obviously not actually true, that dragons were thought to be extinct. So there might not be many people that have fought them around here.
That's more of a misconception that Frid and Mervyn have.
We were
Specifically.
told that in Redonia, most of the dragons were killed off over the last 20 years, when the Empire took over Redonia and brought it into the fold of the Empire, because they used to have some old ways where they worshipped dragons very openly, and then they apparently killed all the dragons and the Empire took over. But Walter Richard said that's not true, so either they all disappeared or the ones that were killed were probably killed by the Empire, so we could technically speak to those people.
Yeah, but so that concerns one small area of the empire, basically.
So I guess we could probably ask someone at the guild when the last time someone had a quest to kill a dragon was, and see if they're willing to divulge who completed it.
That's
Or
a
we
great
could just
idea.
ask them who is knowledgeable about dragons.
Yeah.
And dragon slaying.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, go on. Let's ask a receptionist. Who would we speak to about dragons or dragon slaying?
The receptionist tells you to go and talk to the guildmaster. That the guildmaster knows who to go to speak to.
Is he still awake?
Yep. You can go and talk to the guildmaster if you want.
Yeah, why not? We were only disrupting his evening, you know. He doesn't like us. We're apprehensive of him.
Yeah. So the guildmaster tells you that there aren't many who could claim to have killed a dragon, but that they do know of 3 adventurers in the city currently, or actually retired adventurers, all of them, around the city that could help you, and that they would have some information, and perhaps you could cobble their stories up together and get some good info out of that.
Also, did the guild master know of our quest
What quest?
to kill the dragon?
Well, did you tell the guildmaster about the quest?
I personally didn't, and I don't know. Maybe he already knew is what I'm kind of trying to get at.
I mean, you're just asking about how to kill a dragon.
Okay.
It seems like the process did not go through the guild this time.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think.
So we should look for 3 dragon slayers among the city. That's the idea.
Has he given us like general whereabouts as well?
Yes. I kind of
3
just
dragon slayers somewhere.
yeah. I just kind of got through, like, said that there's 3, but yes, the guildmaster tells you about 3 of them. So apparently there is there's a human called Hamlick, who is currently an alchemist, or works as an alchemist in the city, and has a shop. They say that they don't know exactly where the shop is, but it is somewhere in the merchants district, which is the northern district, and that it is apparently by the waterfront, somewhere there. But that's as far as they know about this alchemical shop for Hamlick. Then there is Durabim, who is a dwarf who has. They mentioned that all of these have apparently killed different dragons, so they're not like part of the same group. But yes, there's Durabim the dwarf, who apparently lives here nearby the Adventurers Guild, and they just sort of give you the address and tell you that's where they live. And then in this district as well. And then lastly, they mentioned that there is an adventurer called Maul, who lives apparently outside of the city at the Western Farms.
Oops.
How
And
did
Maul
he
is a human?
Maul is
Yes,
dead.
a big human, a big dead human.
he was one of the people that attacked us before we came into the city.
He's dead. Okay.
Well, if he was able to kill a dragon, then it shouldn't be too hard for us, right?
Maybe he lied about it. I don't know.
Do you do you mention anything to the guildmaster about Maul?
Oh no.
Are you just like, first time I've heard of this? Yes.
Yeah.
Literally my first time.
What kind of
Yeah.
dragon did Maul kill?
The guildmaster doesn't know.
Cool.
I can already just imagine how Chris is reacting to that.
Oh no.
You killed a worthy foe. He killed a dragon. He was worth my time.
Yeah, so that's the info you have.
I know, I'm
You
sorry, what was the name of the one that was in the Merchants District?
Hamlet.
Hamlet, yeah. You could try the dwarf today, this evening, if you wanted. It would be pretty late to go knocking at somebody's door, but you could try. It's close by enough, so that is an option for you, or then you could wait.
I think we turn in and then do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unless we just want to bring him ale.
I think we should split up, and Fred and I should
Don't go to the
somewhere
dwarf.
not the dwarf.
Well, if I recall
Although
correctly,
if we-
the Merchant
need to-
District is
Yeah.
one of the ones we can't get into right now.
Yes, we need to fix that.
You could always disguise self. I mean, I'm sure
I
it'll be
could always-
fine.
I mean, I could always take a whack at it with my forgery kit.
Let's just.
Can we just teleport in? That's always my solution.
It might not be in their manuals yet.
Teleporting.
All right, so anyways, you go sleep, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You are not attacked by any monsters in your sleep.
Cool.
That we know.
Wait, before we go to sleep, could I cast this and set the Adventurer Guild as the Sanctuary? And I'm just gonna risk the 6th level and see what happens, because I literally have no idea what happens.
I mean, is everyone willing?
What
Do
are
they
we-
don't need to know about it?
Yeah.
They need to be willing creatures, so
That's
Well, have
if
you
I'm
willing to
teleporting them.
teleport?
I'm just setting the Sanctuary.
I don't know what the spell Sanctuary does.
The spell.
Dedicated to or strongly linked to your deity.
Isn't dedicated spell.
So I'm just designated as Sanctuary. You must designate a Sanctuary by casting this spell within a location.
Hmm.
That part first. I'm doing that part, so I don't need to take anybody with me.
Deity.
okay, yeah.
Wizards have. What?
I mean, like generally speaking, adventurers and like people in D&D worlds generally have like favored deities, which is something that you could look into for all of your characters. You don't need to be a paladin or a cleric to have, a deity of your choice. So it could easily be like for Mervyn, it can be probably one of the like gods of craftsmanship.
Right. It's just
That kind of
it's
stuff.
just weird to be a requirement for a spell. That's not.
Well, it's not a requirement. It's
Well, yeah.
it's
It says at the end
It's
there, if
not
you attempt to
as
cast
a-
the spell in this manner in an area that isn't dedicated to your deity, the spell has no effect.
So
It has to be a temple or something like that.
yeah, I guess you're right. Actually, yeah.
Sorry, I'm just curious. I've never seen this spell.
Wait,
Just
does
making sure.
Celery have 3 different deities then?
No, it's the same one. They're all the forest gods.
Ah, okay.
Um, but yeah, I guess you are right. It does specify that it has to be strong, dedicated or strongly linked, and the Adventurers Guild would not be.
Okay, that's fine. I'll find it on another day. And then I'm
Yay.
just wondering if there's anything random that happened. And
Yeah.
of course, the other people are not aware of what happened.
Unless we're all in the same room, I don't know. Do we sleep in the same bedroom?
Yeah, like it's barracks rooms.
So like everybody is in one room.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I could have done it in like the restroom or something, right? It's my first time doing this.
You could.
But I mean, you wouldn't. I mean, Celery probably wouldn't be trying to do it because you would know how the spell works, right?
Literally, this is my first time casting it, so I have no idea how it works.
Yeah, but like your character would know how the spell works. If you
realistically, I wouldn't know. It's only after I cast it, then I know how it does. Yeah, I think.
But
because this is
but
not
like-
my spell. This is from the book that was given to me.
yeah. But like I think that it is inherently a part of like being able to cast a spell. Whether it is through reading it from a scroll or reading it from a book or using a magic item to do it, you kind of know the limitations of the spell. So yeah, so you would know that you can't do it.
Okay, then I'll wait for the next sport that actually works.
Yeah.
Are all of Celery's personalities wizards?
Yeah, they're all wizards.
Okay, cool.
That's not how it works.
Do they all have? Never mind. Sorry, I forgot.
You can meet a different one tomorrow.
Wizards one
Let
of
me
the
change mine.
prepared spells.
Yeah, they don't prepare the same spells. That's the only
They
difference.
don't prepare the same spell.
But okay, then yeah, you sleep, you have a long rest. You can do long rest things if you have any.
You
Do I want anything different?
Let me just change. Oh no, never mind.
Does anyone want spell storing items since Chris isn't here?
Spell storing items. Not that useful for me because I can't change my spells. I'm good to go as is.
All right. What's the plan for the day then?
I say we go to the dwarf first, and then I'd say we go to public library or somewhere where we can find out the history of dragons in the Empire.
Should we
That
all
makes
go to?
sense. I'd say we should, because
Okay.
if this is a dwarf so powerful that he's managed to best a dragon, then I'd hope he's not so small-minded that he's worried about what we inadvertently did.
And so far, every dwarf we've interacted with here in the city at least hasn't seemed to recognize you.
Yeah.
It's also
I
been a
mean,
while. It's been more than 9 months since that happened.
Yeah, it's been more than 9 months and we've traded out many of our members.
yeah.
So, unless we introduce ourselves as the fire starters, we might be able to get away with it.
Maybe.
Even if he bared ill will towards the fire starters.
Aren't you those guys that did that rock concert?
It was
Yeah,
a great
I
rock
say we go.
concert.
All right, you arrive at the dragons, the dwarfs, the dwarfs' house.
Knock on the door.
I mean, the dwarf could be a gold dragon in disguise.
True.
You have just learnt
Maybe
about
that-
it.
Maybe that golden dragonborn that was a castle guard, castle district guard, is actually the gold dragon.
Maybe Walton Rich is a golden dragon. That's why he's so powerful.
There's a lot of people who could be gold dragons.
Maybe we're
Maybe
all
the
actually
Emperor
golden
himself is a
dragons.
dragon.
Maybe that's why we're not meant to look in his eyes, because he's got draconic eyes or something.
Maybe you're no. Maybe you're not supposed to look at the emperor because they don't want you to find out that the emperor is just a dragon, like not in disguise, just a dragon. But you're not supposed to look.
Please do that, dude. Please let us show up, and the emperor is like, just like, not even.
No, the dragon's behind the throne with a sock puppet.
It's not. Please let the emperor not be humanoid. That would be awesome. So great.
Yep. Knock on the door.
A grizzled old dwarf opens the door and says, "What is it?"
We were told that you've slain a dragon. We're adventurers, and we've got a task to fight a dragon, and we were hoping we might be able to gain some of your knowledge, great adventurer.
Huh. I see. I have. And who are you exactly?
um.
Water walkers.
Mervin, deception check, please.
Thank you.
Oh dear.
I have a +4 deception.
That's honestly, Mervin rocks.
Mervin rocks! Yay!
The thing is, I was actually in my mind thinking this will be the time I use the time stone.
So, yeah.
Of course, when I'm thinking of using it, I don't need to.
Awesome. I said water walkers.
Yeah, I know. So the dwarf says, I see. Okay. Do you have any names, or should I just call you all Water Walker 1, Water Walker 2, Water Walker 3?
You can call me Pyros.
All right, thank you, Pyros. Anybody else got a name?
My name is Lazardin.
Oh, right, he wasn't with us, yeah. And I am JJ.
And my name is Ree. Ree is wearing a dress today.
Ah.
The dwarf just says, okay, well, come on in then. Do you want anything?
Some water would be swell.
Sure.
Trying to
The dwarf brings in mugs of water for everyone.
Thank you kindly, good sir.
So, what kind of dragon did you fight?
Well, it's been a couple of years. It was a green dragon, a big one. Let me tell you, we were down south with my party, and we were not. We didn't expect to find a dragon in there, but we were sure surprised to fight one.
How big was your party?
Oh, there was 7 of us. Before the dragon.
Ah. And how many of you guys live to tell the tale, may I ask?
Well, I think three people were there to tell the tale for at least a little bit, but I'm the only one left.
Is that due to lifespans, or were there lingering ailments?
Oh, green dragons, you don't want to fight those things. They
Poison, right?
they leave you with some nasty diseases.
How were you able to bring it down?
Well, it was, to be honest, it was sort of sheer luck and just a lot of gumption. Dragons, their scales are really, really tough, and like we could go at the dragon, and we could, we had people casting spells at the thing and trying to strike at it with our weapons and everything, but it was not good at all. We had to sort of improvise a little bit, and basically we brought the whole lair down on the dragon, and a couple of people as well, and that's how we were able to immobilize the thing. Had we been better prepared, we would have been able to figure out some system to hold down its wings or something, just something to make it from being able to just run away. The first thing to know about fighting a dragon is that the reason they live so long and are so hard to kill is that they're just going to leave if they feel like they are threatened. So they're just going to fly away. So if you want to kill one, you gotta stop them from doing that somehow. The second thing to know about killing dragons is that, yeah, the scales, they are really, really hard, and there's, as I understand, there's weapons that can actually pierce the scales of dragons. Had we had any, that would have probably made it a lot easier, and maybe some people would still be alive. But yeah, a lot of them died just trying to get a wound on this thing.
Have you looked into any more tips against dragons following this?
Why would I look into tips on dragons? I'm not going back to kill any dragons anytime. I'm retired.
I just meant in case you found another one and wanted to be better prepared, but...
Well, what are the chances in 200 years that I'm gonna accidentally run into 2 dragons?
Sometimes,
especially as a retired adventurer in a city like this. Where am I gonna meet a dragon here?
Sometimes
they can't just walk around.
Have a difficult experience like that, they try and figure out what they could have done better.
Ah, not me, I just drink.
Also, after you meet the you meet the first dragon, saying what are the odds of meeting two is like it's redundant because the odds are exactly the same because you've already met the first. It doesn't matter. Uh,
Who's this
Uh,
professor?
um, uh, did anything? So you were all pretty seasoned adventurers. Did the dragon have any sort of like magical, like fear? Like they're very scary, but did any of your um, party members find themselves like frozen in fear?
Have you ever seen a dragon?
Right. Yeah, I know, but theoretically,
They're really
if you-
scary. They're big. Up close, they are even bigger.
like magic.
The closer you get, the bigger they are.
It's true. Okay. I'm gonna go with magic.
Okay.
Because it seems like it's not a thing. Yeah.
The green dragon does fly, right? How did you guys keep it down to the ground, or did you just attack it like from the ground and it's flying?
Like I said, we just brought down the cave on it. The thing was willing to fight us for a while. There, I think it thought that it could take us down. Maddie was right, but we decided to be a little bit more. Well, one of our wizards decided to cast a fireball at the ceiling, and that kind of just caused the whole thing, and the whole place came down, and it was very chaotic, and I was very lucky to get out of it. I would not suggest that as a strategy, because that's just gonna kill off half of you randomly. But that's how we did it.
Do you think aggravating the dragon will make it more keen to fight with us instead of fleeing?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. It kind of depends, I think, on the dragon.
And even if
This-
they engage, right, they'll fly away once they get really hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure any dragon's gonna come and fight you if you want to fight it, but if it seems like you're winning, they're just gonna run away. If it seems like you're losing, they're just gonna eat you.
Okay. So would do you think, by the look of that dragon, do you think focusing damage on the wings would have done the trick of downing it, or is it a lot more difficult than that?
It's probably more difficult than that. I think you
Okay.
gotta figure out some sort of system to
Okay.
trap it or something. When it comes to approaching the dragon, that could have also gone a lot better. We sort of just went in there and the dragon was right there and we were just sort of with the dragon there. That was not exactly the best way to go about it. We had a bard with us who tried to talk to the dragon. They were the first one to die, and then we just sort of had to fight it. Would have probably been better to sneak up on it unless we wanted to talk to it.
Sneak up on it.
Though I don't know how easy it is to sneak up on a dragon in its own lair.
Did it seem to notice you before you noticed it?
Well, I don't know. I trust that it probably smelt us before we saw it, but we also smelt it. It smelled really bad in there. We didn't really know what was in there, so yeah, it was a bit of a surprise to find the dragon there, to be honest. Yeah, that's not really what we were there for. So I mean, if you know that you're going to go and kill a dragon, you're already many steps ahead of us.
What happened to the body of the dragon? Did you recover it and claim trophies and sell any parts of it, or?
No, 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 no. That thing, I think just touching it, you would probably get a disease from it.
Right.
We left it in that swampy cave to rot under the rubble.
Did any of you experience strange new abilities after having killed the dragon?
What strange new abilities? I mean, I think one of us experienced the ability of not feeling pain, but I think that was mostly just one of the diseases. And it didn't really help when they got stabbed and they didn't notice it, and then they died from the blood loss.
Right.
I think that is probably about all we can glean from this instance.
Well, as I said, planning is probably good, but also try to get your hands on some of those weapons that could pierce dragon scale. That would make it a lot easier. Otherwise, you'll have to try and go through the path that breathes fire or whatever.
And have you heard any details about where someone might get those?
I don't
Just
ask
stories.
those kinds of questions. I'm retired.
Okay.
Since the root has to climb through its throat to slash it.
Do I know
As
if
far as talking
Zaruk's,
towards the
weapon
party-
is already magical? I mean, without me putting the spell storing on it, was it already a magical item? I don't remember.
What
The-
was?
Zarud's, is it a maul
It's
that he has?
it's non-magical.
It's non-magical.
Well, I gave away a magical weapon to a wizard, so big brain there.
Because I've
As
got
far
elemental weapon.
talking towards the party, I don't know if we want to give this gentleman a gift for the information he's given us.
Oh.
Well, I mean, yes and no. Don't want to give him too much because resources, and we're about to fight a dragon, so we need everything we've got, in my opinion. But what's patronizing?
Well, looking at the cart, I saw that we had bottles of wine.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
a
no,
good-
that's a good. Yeah, let's do that because that's an actual.
Give one the
gift.
bottles of wine.
Enabling the alcoholic. Very good, very good. and also you infer from mention of like special weapons to pierce dragon scale that does not mean magical weapons. It means special weapons to pierce
Got
dragon
it.
scale.
Weapons designed
Yeah.
to kill dragons.
Yeah,
Like the
something
dragon lance.
Got it.
very special. Yeah, not just general magical item.
Okay, thank you.
So where do we want to go next?
Well, have we given him the bottle? Yeah, we're doing that.
Yeah, give him one of the bottles of the wine.
Yeah, I say we do
Yes,
that.
thank you.
All right, then you have 5 bottles of finest wine. And the
We could
dwarf.
possibly
thanks you.
ask the we could ask the Academy of Engineering Arts if they know. Although engineering, that's not the same as like blacksmith, like weapon making.
I say we go to
The
blacksmith,
maximum.
wherever we can
Yeah.
find a weaponsmith.
Just looking at the old map we had, it had the picture of like an anvil down in the southern area. I don't know if we can get there or not. I don't know if that was a separate district or not.
You have not tried.
We can do that. My concern about going to just a regular blacksmith is that they won't know anything magical. But
Yeah,
I
I mean, they
don't.
might have an idea. We
They
could
might.
always, if we're still like near the Adventurers Guild, we can just ask them where people normally get their weapons.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
One thing I'd like to try is if we can get a message sent to the merchant district, like if we can convince someone somehow to go in there, someone who's got a pass, to like organize a meeting outside of that district.
It's a fun workaround.
Yeah, that's an option.
If we can pay to get a courier to send a message or something.
You probably can.
Where would we go to get that? Would we have any idea of that, or?
Probably not, but
Okay, considering we're close to the guild hall, I would like to go to the guild hall, ask the receptionist, how would we get a message to someone in the merchant district, and or is there some way that we could organize a meet with someone from a merchant district in the current district we're allowed in?
I mean, is there any way we can just get a pass to the merchant district?
A lot harder than, well, I mean, we
Because
could.
They said like it would take 2 weeks or something like that through the guild.
Yeah, but we can get a fake one if we complete the stuff for the Thieves Guild.
Yeah. Or we could. I'll ask the question first.
yep. The guild receptionist tells you that they can organize a courier from here to send a message to somebody in the district if you want. It'd cost you a couple of gold.
Yeah, I'm quite wanting to do that. Frankly, use a couple gold to organize a meet, then a couple gold to pay for the person's time. I think that would be beneficial to us.
And preferably the meeting would be today.
Yeah,
Since tomorrow is.
Nice. Well, we had
Right.
4 days total. This is
Was
only
it
the
4? I thought it
first.
was 3.
I think we were told about it yesterday, and we went straight to the fitting, and it was happening in 4 days. So we've got tomorrow, and then on the next day we meet them. I think. Well, depending on how you
Yep.
count 4 days, from what point?
I think you were right. I'm on the same page. Today, tomorrow, and day after we meet.
We'll see whether you arrive at the palace 24 hours early, on time, or 24 hours late.
I mean, the characters were told yesterday.
Yeah.
But we were told a week ago. So,
You were also told today.
oh, well.
Yes, so I will not give you that one. But yeah, so you want to organize a message? From who to who?
They are a human.
Containing what?
We're a adventuring party.
Okay, hold on. Let's start with from who to who.
From us to the human hamlet, the alchemist, near the waterfront. We would like to meet up in this current district, which...
Hold on. Where is this message going?
Yeah, we don't know exactly where it is.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is that you can't really send a courier to go out somewhere in the district.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of waterfront there.
So the only icons there is the Merchant Gate or the Merchant Guild, right?
I'm going to ask the receptionist, do you know where the alchemist
They don't know.
um
Oh gosh, I don't know what to do about this. Do you guys want to give me a shot at forging them?
I'd rather commit the crime than forge.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. I thought you meant just like trying to get in blunt force, and I was like, how's that better? No, I understand. Okay.
I'd rather commit the crime than commit the crime.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to just knock out the alchemical arts thing then? Although
Yeah,
should
we
do it
can
at
just
night.
whip that one out real quick. Yeah, we've got a strategy in place for that.
Our strategy includes it being done at night, though.
I also don't think that's a great plan.
Wait, the rationale of doing it at night is because we think that there's less people there at night, right?
Yes.
Or a shift.
What makes us so sure that it's not 24 hours about it?
Now that's fair. I mean, we don't know this for sure, but it feels safe to assume that the lab techs are not there at night. The guards probably are. But we don't know. We don't know that. So theoretically, we could like teleport or dimension door. One of you has dimension door into the lab, and the guard wouldn't see us right away.
I have both Dimension Door and Greater Invisibility prepared today.
I don't think greater invisibility is necessary.
Doesn't that make
I
someone
don't
else?
have the invisibility spell, that's why.
Because the invisibility ends if you cast a spell, right?
Greater
Yeah.
doesn't.
Greater doesn't. Okay.
That's the point of greater invisibility, is that you can do actions while doing it.
Right.
Also, doesn't it hide you from like certain magical eyes as well?
No, that's non-detection, and I don't have non-detection.
Got it. Okay.
So,
Yeah, I guess really the only other idea, like during the daytime right now, would be to look and see if there's another source of information, like either another library or if there's a place that's specifically about the research of magical creatures.
Yeah.
Academy of Dragon Research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could we look or ask about a library?
Or zoology.
You do you specify like you want to know more about the dragons and everything? Yeah. You're told that your best bet is probably the library in the merchant district.
Ha!
So we can either sneak into the Academy of Art, the Alchemical Academy, or just sneak into the Merchant Guild, if that's any better, or the Merchant District.
Okay, it feels like our options
Wait.
are.
Did you add a? Oh no. Oh, yeah. Okay. Never mind.
It feels like our options are. Do the
This is gonna end
alchemical
so badly.
arts type. Let me try and forge them, or we could try and bribe the guards to let us in. No,
Perhaps
but I like
consider which of these 3 different crimes would have the worst punishment if it doesn't go well.
that is fair.
Why are all your
I feel like if we
options
already decided with
crimes?
the thieves, if
That's
we already
sort of
decided
what
to
we've
go with the
presented
thieves, we
with.
should do that.
What option is not a crime? How do we get into the merchants district without crime?
Wait 2
Mhm.
weeks.
Yeah.
At which point we're probably supposed to already be on the road going towards Dreg.
Maybe we can visit the major domo and ask for a letter to enter the merchant district because it's part of our preparation. That's not
Because
crime.
he already expects us to be dragon slayers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, we
don't
could
think
ask. We
that's
could
too
try
well.
to see if we could ask Walton Rich, because I assume that he would know that we haven't actually done this before. I don't actually know
don't
what you've told
imagine
him you've
us
done.
getting an audience with Walton Rich will be that easy,
Yeah.
especially unannounced.
Oh, there's a big ass library.
So wait, what are the districts that we have access to? The current one, which is called the
The
Residential.
blue district.
residential.
This district is actually called Stonehall.
Stone Hall.
But yes, you can also call it Blue District.
And then I guess that's green at the bottom there.
It's not. It's not the name of it. Those are the docks. It's called the docks. That area. And the area to your east over here is the Cathedral District. Then you have the Castle District, and then you have the Merchants District.
So we have Stonehall, Cathedral District, and Castle District currently.
You are
yeah.
unaware if you are able to enter the docks currently, as you have not tried. Or asked the guild receptionist who is just standing there answering your questions.
Do we need a special special permit to get into the docks?
No.
Oh, okay, so we can just go there.
Yeah, it's part of the... Technically, in terms of the passes, it's part of the same district as this.
Okay. So that would be the option for, well, based on our other map, checking out with a blacksmith. We don't know specifically, but the map has the picture of an anvil.
One thing I'm going to say is we found a jeweler's in the Castle District, yes?
Yes.
Now, half of my mind thinks the best wares, full stop, are going to be in the Castle District. It would also make sense that the best wares are in the Merchant District, but I can imagine that there are some exclusive high-end stuff, possibly dragon slaying stuff, in the Castle District.
I will also note that the jeweler had no input on the magical stuff.
Right.
He did not. He would not price anything magical. He was just like going off of like precious metals and stuff, craftsmanship.
Yeah, they mostly seem like they would have in that district what nobles will buy, which is more form over function.
Yes and no. I can imagine like a grand exclusive dragon slaying weapon could be there as well, or some extremely
Possibly.
powerful spell scrolls are going to be available to the elite. Whether we would even be allowed to buy them is another matter. I'll ask the receptionist, are there stores that we could go to in the Castle District, i.e. weaponsmiths?
They don't know of any weaponsmiths in the Castle District, no.
We could go there and check out, and if that doesn't work out, then I guess our only plan now is to go to rob the alchemical herbs.
It takes us several hours to get different places in the city, though.
Yeah, I think at the moment we're closer to the docks than the Castle District.
I say we do the docks then.
Sorry, was it the docks that we think?
We think there's a blacksmith there.
Oh. Okay.
This is Maul's map as well. So if he's a dragon
right.
slayer, then
That is, oh, you know what? That is true.
he might have some useful knowledge.
Or I guess the map was actually on the little guy with him.
Same
But-
thing. Yeah.
Same difference.
They are one and the same.
Let's try it then.
How evil are we feeling, guys?
I mean, we are trying our best to not commit crimes, right? So we are not evil at all.
Theoretically, although you have now been discussing for a long time, which of these crimes should we commit?
Should maybe we could split up and some of us can surveil the alchemical arts just to know if the lab techs leave at night or stuff like that.
It is morning right now, or like
Yeah.
before noon.
We
So
can do many other things other than that.
Okay.
I feel like some of us should go to the dock, some of us should go to the castle district, and if we are just going to go in the night to the alchemical arts, that lives like the entire days, you know?
I don't want to split up because we have no way to communicate between us long distance.
Well,
We have the sending spell.
We don't.
I have the book that has Frid's name in it.
I suppose, yeah.
Wizards should have the sending spell. Oh no, you have to prepare stuff.
At the same time, just out of game, it kind of be like back and forth as far as like handling
Yeah.
it.
I think it makes more sense. We go to the docks and then we go to the castle district.
Okay.
But if anyone has a better idea, please do say.
Yeah, if we do split, then I would say have Pyrus and Frid on separate groups, but at the same time, I don't really know if that's a good idea.
I do want to butt in with a question here. Why are you going to the castle district?
Just to see if they had the more like rarer magic items up there where
To
the
go
nobles
shopping.
shop. That was basically the idea.
Yeah, I mean, you already asked the receptionist about that, and they said no. So why are you going there?
And also, when we wanted to sell the mithril, we couldn't find a weaponsmith to sell it to, so we had to sell it to the jewelers.
True.
Yeah. So I'm just like I'm confused about why you are still wanting to go to the castle district so bad.
No castle district then. Rest of the docks.
Okay, you make your way to the docks. Do you specifically try to go to the place that is noted on your other map?
That's a good place to start.
Okay. Do you go to the X or the anvil?
The anvil?
Yeah, the anvil.
Okay. Because they are a little bit on like different spots on that map,
Right.
So you go over and look around the area where the anvil picture is, and you see first of all that there are like a lot of crafts people here in this area. You look around and you see like a lot of like basic stuff. You see carpenters, you see stonemasons, you do see. So okay, let's talk definitions. Are you looking specifically for like a weaponsmith, somebody who makes weapons?
Yeah, I
was-
don't think anyone
yes.
else would be very helpful.
Yeah, because like you can find like blacksmiths, but we are talking like blacksmith in the sense that they make, you know, horseshoes and
Right.
fix things and that kind of stuff. That kind of those kind of people you find. You look around and you don't see anyone who looks like they are a legendary weaponsmith who can hammer out a dragon killer weapon. This whole area looks like it's probably the like most run down district of the city you've been in overall as well.
Well, that likely means that any actual weapon makers are probably also in the merchants district.
We
That's
just
my
ask
guess.
around.
We can still browse.
You can indeed ask around. That is an
Does
excellent
anyone make
idea.
weapons here? Does anyone make weapons? Or is there
Yeah, just
anyone
like,
who sell
"Hey,
weapons here?
yo, weapons. You ask around, and some of the blacksmiths offer to hammer out like they can like take a farming scythe and hammer it out into a blade and give it to you as a sword, but there doesn't seem to be any like weaponsmiths around here. They say that there's one there's like one weaponsmith in the cathedral district, and then there's also like some people in the merchants district who can make some stuff, but not really around here.
I would also like to ask a bunch of the people here if they know of a human called Hamlet, an alchemist in the merchant district.
They do not.
Darn.
The one in the cathedral district is intriguing because they're obviously going to be surrounded by a lot of those magical researchers over there with the alchemy and arcane arts and all that.
Yeah.
Let's go there then. If that's some knowledge what we're getting.
While we're here, do we want to try to figure out what these X's are?
Sure, why not? What's the worst that happens? Let's at least go to where the X is.
So
if it's like a CD bar, then we'll walk away.
So in terms of like where you are right now, where the anvil picture is, it does seem like this place does have, you know, people with anvils and that kind of stuff. And also there is a curious building that is pretty unmarked and everything, but it seems interesting. The purple building over there. So that's something curious, but it's unmarked. You don't see any people around it. Yeah. Do you go to where the X is marked on the map?
Is that the purple building where the X is marked?
No, they'd be opposite sides.
Right. Can we ask someone what that purple building is, as we have found it interesting?
People are unwilling to talk about it.
We can always kick up a trouble, right? Let's go explore, guys. Come on, we've got nothing better to do, right? Right.
Are you saying you want to go up to the building or to the X?
Both.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Which one first? I vote X.
Yeah, let's go to look at the X first, because then we can at least see what the X is, and then we can explore the unmarked, mysterious building.
You make your way around to whereabout the X is, like on the other side of this block, and you look around and you don't see anything right away that would like... There's nothing that indicates that there is anything interesting right here.
Silly question. Are the people in this area wearing red?
Funny you should ask. You have seen a lot of people wearing red, but you also do, as you're just sort of wandering around looking for a red X in the ground or something. A small group of people clad in red shirts sort of saunter up to you, and one of them, who seems to be like the leader of the group, a human, just shouts over to you and says, "Hey, who are you people? You've been asking questions around here. We don't like questions."
I'm sorry, we've just gotten lost. What street are we on now?
What did I just say? We don't like questions.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
They come up to you and kind of stop, and they're just sort of staring you down there.
Well,
And
I think-
the leader just says to you, "What are you doing here?"
Well, like I said, we just got lost. Guys, I think the bridge was back that way. It's just
Yeah.
gonna turn around.
Yeah, I think we should just walk away.
Do
Honestly.
I have any like red clothing or something, or like a handkerchief or something I can pull out and say, or
Apparently not.
no, okay, if I don't, I don't. Nothing red that I can just pull out and say, yeah, something, but hey. I'm happy to leave. I'm not too bothered about starting a fuss here.
Yeah, let's just.
We don't need to kill all of them.
Right.
They're beneath us. That's what Fred thinks. They're just worms.
Do you just like walk away?
Yeah.
You just
Yes,
leave.
without looking at them.
Okay. Specifically without looking at them.
Yep.
Noted.
They're probably like, yeah, guys,
Where-
we did it. We protected our turf.
So where are you heading?
To the Cathedral
right?
District.
Yeah, was there anything else we wanted to do on the way?
Wait, that was just the X, right? Are we not looking at the purple building? Was that not
No,
we're not very welcome. I'm guessing it's a red house meeting center.
At least
but-
the X is. Or it seems that way.
Yeah. Although they were also looking up for us because we were talking and asking
Right.
about the purple place. So
Yeah, that's true.
It probably just has something to do with like the resistance sort of people. so-
probably, but hey, we've gotten involved in one major dispute. We don't need to get involved in another one just yet.
Yeah.
Just yet. So you have directions to the weaponsmith if you just want to go there.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
All right. You come to a weaponsmith.
Woohoo!
The weaponsmith
Enter.
is, of course, a dwarf.
Makes sense. Do they have things that are on display, or are they just like made? Does it seem like it's just like made to order? Like they don't have like a stock?
They have a stock of weapons, yeah, for adventuring types. They though like what they have on display is all like just regular mundane weapons. You don't know if they have a special stock.
Right.
Hello there. Would we be able to inquire about some fine weapons here?
The dwarf looks you up and down and says, "How fine."
We're looking for the variety that can pierce dragon scale.
I don't know anything about that kind of stuff.
Would you know anyone who would? Or anything comparable?
Back home in Stonehome, yeah, there's this one. Wait a second. Looks at you and Mervyn.
Yeah? Can I help?
Wait a second. Are you those? Are you those people? The
Well, you'd have to
fire Fire
Are those
breathers?
people?
No.
No.
I
Huh.
don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. We've just been told about this. There's this group. You should watch out for them. By the way, they have a blue dragonborn. They have a half elf who's got a little robot with them. Looks at you again. Looks at Todd. And then there's also a drow elf. Fancy looking drow elf. There's a pink robed human. And then there's a turtle.
Huh.
If you
Interesting.
see those people, don't trust them. They are the most untrustworthy people in the world.
Of course.
That's very unfortunate that we look like them then. Might we ask what we did? Or what they did, rather? That was just me, Miss Me. I'm pretty sure Fred would have enough charisma to not do that.
No, I have to. I want to ask you for a deception check on that.
Time stone.
Just because you said it.
Do you have Gift of Gab?
I was about to say, can we just use the time
The
stone
minimum
as
I
gift
can
of
do
gab?
is a 19. I don't know what you guys are fussing about. So that's
know.
because of Silver Tongue
Right.
is a 19. So
Yeah. the dwarf says, well, I mean those people, they broke a promise they made to a very important person back at home.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, we'll still steer clear of them if we see them.
Good. They are extremely untrustworthy. Do not trust anything any of those people say. If you ever meet even one of them, know that they are criminals.
I'm really glad I didn't go through with the Skywrite plan now.
Well, I mean, he did say fire breathers, but
He did say fire.
This is really like we got a proper reputation. And them being dwarves, us not being dwarves, this is gonna last longer than our lives.
into the Book of Grudges.
Yep.
And also, yeah, I love that. You two are perhaps you are still quite recognizable as a duo.
So
I
you're
think
saying
maybe,
that
I
you,
think possibly without Todd. it
Yeah,
would be
yeah.
More difficult, but
so you've heard about these kinds of weapons back home.
No, I haven't heard anything like that. But what I'm saying is, in Stoneholm, they might have somebody who knows. So I would go there. Yeah, head over to Stoneholm and ask around there.
Any particular area of Stoneholm?
The market square over there.
And would any of the exotic weapons from Stoneholm be exported to here, this city?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the Merchants Guild probably handles some of that stuff.
Now, not
That
to
was-
ask a stupid question, but the Merchants Guild is located in the Merchant District.
Well, that was the one right outside the gate, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, technically it's outside the Merchants District. Technically, it's not inside the Merchants District, so it's yeah, it's a clever question.
We can
Right.
go around the whole place just to reach it.
Mhm.
I want to do that. I want to do that.
And see all those overpriced wares.
oh god, they're gonna.
It would
charge all
also
of
be
our
a
money
place
for-
where we could potentially find out about that alchemist. So, I'd like to
Possibly.
go there.
Okay, fine, let's go there.
We'll thank him for his time. We'll say, do make sure that you stay vigilant about those fire breathers as well. Thanks for the warning.
You're welcome. I'll spread word to every dwarf around here.
All
Yeah.
dwarves united. It'd be interesting if we get someone join the party, and they're a dwarf.
Just to ask at this point, no one's proficient in the disguise kit, are they?
I think Frid is.
Probably. I have a disguise kit.
So
I
you could
can be
probably
proficient in it.
change enough to make yourselves not as recognizable, because I think you can like do stuff like that. But yeah,
We also both do have disguise self spell.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but that
Yeah, I
costs a
wonder
spell.
you guys are seen as compulsive liar.
If
we are
I-
not compulsive
now,
liars. What?
Now, if I put a hat on that covered my ears, is that the only thing that would distinguish me from a human, or or a half elf's like general facial features?
You are. Yeah, I mean, you are recognizable beyond that, yes.
Yeah.
Elves and humans look different than just ears.
Okay.
Also, you've got to remember, this guy has never met us before, and he was still wary of the two of us just because it's a blue dragonborn and
And a robot.
Half elf
Yeah.
with a robot.
I don't know. It seems very much like this is gonna stick with us. But yeah, I'm quite happy for us to go out and around to the Merchants Guild now.
I mean, you've noted you noted before that dwarven like rumors spread really fast, but you also noted that it's been 9 months. But on the flip side of the coin, it's been 9 months for the rumors to keep spreading. So,
Playing telephone.
anyways, yeah. So your plan is to go around to the Merchants Guild.
Which will take a lot of time.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
we should get Fred like a sort of spray tan to make him a green dragon.
You would hide my heritage. I'll kill you for that. You blasphemer.
Goo. Yeah, it's gonna take you like 4-5 hours to get there.
Just drop me off at the
Really? That
engineering school.
long? Wait.
Yeah, because you gotta kind of go around, and you gotta climb to a forest, and then you gotta go through the forest, and all of that. So
If we have to pass through Stoneholm, should we just like listen up for rumors? Or
Like
No,
Stoneholm, I'm pretty
yeah.
sure they mean
Yeah,
the
that's-
Dwarven City.
Yeah, that's confusing. Stoneholm is the is the dwarven city, and it's miles and miles and miles.
Yeah, Frid and Mervin probably have an idea of how long it would take to get there from here.
Oh.
There is no way we are going to Stoneholm unless it becomes pertinent for something else. Like, unless that's where the gold dragon is, I doubt we'll be going near Stoneholm.
yeah, getting
We're
to
also
Stoneholm
not
would be like
welcome there.
Not well.
yeah, Stoneholm is like minimum 10 days away walking. Stone Hall is the name of this district here in the city. Stoneholm is the capital city of the Dwarven Kingdom, to the west in the mountains. But yeah, it'll take you all day to go there and back again.
For the
I say we do it. We don't have too much other ideas. Or do we?
no?
I mean, we can do the heist as well. I mean, I don't think my skill set is particularly needed on the heist. Unless we're convincing someone else to do it, one of the guards to do it, but then we're relying on them to
Oh, that would be
fail my suggestion. Because I could just suggest that one of the guards do it on their next shift, or like at the start of their shift, tell them to do it. But
Would they
Um,
remember doing it? after the spell ends?
Yes, but they wouldn't think anything wrong of it. They'll think it's a normal action and won't question why. If they get seen doing it, then that would complicate it.
And I would say if you go with that plan, then definitely also disguise yourself.
Yeah. You also, I mean, you can use the time stone if they screw up.
Yeah,
Oh, also, doesn't Hex
but I wouldn't know
penalize-
their result of the roll.
Hex effects ability checks, if that's what you were thinking of.
yeah.
I mean, I also have unsettling words. So
Oops. You got wide. The party got wide.
Ooh, that's a good
Anyway.
idea. I think we could do this. I think we could do that.
are we saying
I
that's
actually
what we do?
I think that's a good idea.
Unsettling words, one of the guards before their shift,
Yeah.
and then cast thingy-mabobby suggestion,
Yeah.
and use the time stone if it fails. But how do I know if it fails?
They'll get angry.
In terms of
Can you also have detect thoughts up or something?
You have discussed this thing as you have walked over to the Merchants Guild, and you notice that, oh, you have arrived at the Merchants Guild.
Okay, great.
hello, Matt.
Some hours later.
Would we be able to find some exotic weapons here?
As said before, at the Merchants Guild, you have a chance of finding pretty much anything that you would want, but probably for a sweet price. And exotic weaponry, probably.
Okay. May we browse their wares?
I guess specifically looking for a weapon made to fight dragons.
You ask around about weapons to fight dragons, and nobody seems to know anything about that kind of stuff.
Can we ask about something to prevent fire damage?
What do you want?
I'm not out of character. I'm not looking for anything specific. In character, just anything that would help against the fire of a dragon. Which,
If I recall correctly, at the Academy for Alchemy, they were selling a fire resistance potion.
we'll have to pick that up. Well, it should be
I
gone.
can also for free swap out one of my infusions into resistant armor. I have that one known. But someone had. I don't think it's useful. I can't do it on Zaruk because he doesn't wear armor. But I think everyone else.
I wear armor, but I gain more AC from not having armor.
Interesting.
Like my
Okay.
natural armor is more than the armor I wear, but I don't think that prevents me from wearing the armor and gaining the bonuses of the armor.
Okay, then. Celery, you might be getting some, or actually today, you might be getting some fire resistant armor on the day.
Me?
I
I don't
assume
wear
it
armor.
won't-
You don't wear any armor?
I'm a wizard. Wizard don't wear armor.
It's your AC.
Eight
Okay,
armor.
I wear
guess I'm
dresses.
getting. I guess I'm getting some sweet resistant armor.
So you find you ask around, and there is one person who's got a padded armor of fire resistance.
Interesting.
So it is a regular padded armor with resistance to fire. It requires attunement, and they are asking 6,000 gold pieces for it.
Ha! Hell no! I can.
Padded armor, AC 11.
I
I mean,
can.
that's the thing. The thing is, though, I could wear that. I'm pretty. Yeah, light armor. I have light armor proficiency. I could wear that and I'd gain the bonus and still have the AC, but that's a
But I can put the
pricey.
effect on your normal armor.
Can you do it for multiple people though?
No.
I don't need it. I will have resistance somehow, so I don't
But
need it.
Pyros already has resistance to fire, right?
Yep.
And
It's only the three of you.
neither of the other two wear armor.
If Frid only had the right color of skin.
How much gold do we have?
10,000. Oh, almost
Yeah, a lot.
11,000.
Don't artificers prepare
I-
like protection from energy or something?
What?
Don't you
What
have
gives
that spell?
What does?
I think protection from energy. Does artificer have that spell?
It doesn't sound familiar. I have.
Let me see if you have access to this spell.
I
Yeah,
also
you do
spell
have
Fire
access to
Shield, but
this spell.
unfortunately, it's only self.
Here, I'll put it up for you. If you want to prepare it, you can.
Yeah,
It's an
Protection
artificer
from
spell as well.
Oh, I do have it. Yes, you are right.
It is
I think it might-
unfortunately concentration though, so that's
Yeah, it is concentration, which is annoying.
yeah.
Okay, so I could do.
I could give myself triple resistance to fire, but unfortunately, there's nothing extra.
Can we ask if I have any spell scrolls?
You can ask.
Do they have any spell scrolls?
Yes.
Am I misremembering, or did you also mention we could get spell scrolls from the Academy of Arcane Arts?
That may be a thing, yes.
Okay.
Hey, here's a crazy
Sure.
idea, guys. We get a spell of raise dead. Yeah, we go raise dead that Mull, the adventurer who's killed a dragon, and we get advice from him.
And then kill him again.
If I remember correctly, they do not give us very helpful information.
No, raise dead, like restore him to life, not speak.
Oh. What
So
level
once
is
he's
He would
alive,
probably
just-
appreciate that.
And I
Um,
could just cast suggestion on him at that point.
That's a 7th level spell.
Suggestion is a second level spell.
it's-
Raise
Well, no,
dead,
raise dead.
Raise dead is 5.
fifth level
Oh,
spell.
5. Okay.
So if I had a spell scroll for it, I could cast it because it is.
It
a
also
bard
costs 500
cleric.
gold to cast.
I was thinking resurrection. That's right.
I'm sure he'll appreciate being alive and can probably pay out that.
So there's a couple of spell scrolls they have around here, knocking around. I generated a couple, and they have a scroll of create bonfire, which is a cantrip that creates a
How much
bonfire.
does that cost?
100 gold. Bonfire probably not gonna help you. They do have a scroll of find traps for 300 gold, and they also have somebody has 2 scrolls of gust of wind, which is a second level spell, and that like find traps, and that also costs the same 300. Though they are giving you they are telling you that they do have a special deal for you, and they will sell you both gust of wind scrolls for 600 gold.
Wait, it was how much for one?
300.
Okay. Sorry.
So, guys, I can cast. So, are all spell scrolls common magical items, or does the rarity is relative to the level of spell? Got it. Okay.
I do
Also
believe
cost more
so,
and
or then they don't. Their cost is determined by the level of the spell. Higher level,
Right. Okay.
more valuable spell scroll, obviously.
Right, but
so
for me crafting items, the rarity is important.
yes, because higher level spell costs more. Yes.
Okay.
apparently, if you were to make a 9th level spell scroll, that would take 48 work weeks and cost 250,000 gold pieces. So
I don't think I ever get access to 9th level spells.
please never ever craft one of those, even if you have the ability to.
Yeah, no, 5th level
cool.
spells is the highest for Artificer because they're half
Yeah.
caster.
Yeah.
So wait, how do you make? Are there requirements to make a spell scroll?
You need to be proficient in Arcana and yeah, then you need to be able to cast a spell. So it has to be you have to know it, and you have to have it prepared if that's something that's required. And yeah, then you gotta pay money and you gotta pay time. But that's about it.
I will not be making any spell scrolls.
There is also with any crafting, there's also the optional thing of having complications that might make it cost more or take a longer time, and that's something that I will apply kind of depending on the situation. If you're just making one scroll of, I don't know, mage hand, then probably not. But if you're trying to create a legendary spell scroll or something super, craft something super great, then we might throw something in there as well.
Second, third
but yeah.
level, they're common. Which means it takes me 3 days to make.
I'd like to ask them if they know the location of this human, Hamlick, the alchemist, near the waterfront.
They do not.
No one knows his location.
They do not know this person.
So I guess unlike adventurers, merchants do not need to all register with the guild.
Well, I mean,
He was registered with the Adventurers Guild. He's now just retired.
Right.
He also would be registered with the Academy of Alchemical Arts.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe.
I would bet there before the Merchants Guild.
I think they might have different objectives, whereas he's got a shop that he's selling. The academy is more like research, but they sell now because they have expensive stuff. That's just my perspective.
So just for reference, for Kate, I'm not sure what you're looking at, but so it's first level is cantrip, and first level is 1 day, second level is 3 days, third is 1 work week, fourth is 2 work weeks, fifth is 4 work weeks, 8 work weeks, 16, 32, 48 work weeks.
Are you applying my special artificer?
No. Just the
okay.
regular, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Those are the regular times for it, and then cost-wise, it goes from cantrip to 9th level is 15, 25, 250, 500, 25, 100, 5,000, 15,000, 25,000, 50,000, and for a 9th level spell scroll, it is 250,000 gold pieces.
Dear God. So normally for a first level spell scroll, it takes a day. So if I'm an artificer, it takes me 6 hours. I do it in
Well,
a quarter of the time.
I
Well,
think
at
by
the
workday
level
they
that
mean
I'm at.
8 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, then in that case,
It would be
takes
2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah. So I mean, you can technically. I mean, if we are talking like first level spell scrolls, how it would be applicable to you would most likely be more that you can create like 4 in a day.
Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to make less, of course, yes, but that's like the benefit for the 1 day thing.
Beautiful. It's half price. So,
Just is something that I thought about. Once we're leaving for the dragon slaying quest, where we're going is north, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously the most northern gate is the one in the merchants district. Do you think that the emperor would actually be able to give us, well, this would probably be something we'd have to talk about to the steward, the major domo. We would be able to get permits to go through the merchant district so that we don't have to take a roundabout route to go on the job for the emperor?
possibly. Honestly, I think we can do the. I think we can do the alchemical heist.
I'm just
I think
giving
I don't think
options that wouldn't
Yeah.
be illegal.
Wow.
I know it just takes a long time, and I'm impatient. And I think we can just. I think we can just use suggestion on the guy.
So you want to do the heist on the Alchemical Arts Academy because you want to get the pass.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd do it just so that we don't get the punishment of not doing it.
That is also
Being in
true.
the good graces of the Thieves
Also
Guild.
a good idea.
Criminals who should be in good graces with the Thieves Guild, yes.
But I'd rather not be in their bad graces. That's what it boils down to at the end of the day. Who am I most afraid of at the moment?
Is there anything else you would like to ask around the Merchants Guild? Or share any information with the merchants around the guild? They have items they can sell you, but they also probably have information on things. They might know some other things.
Not
Okay,
bragging.
let's ask something very vague. Who is an expert on dragons and dragon slaying?
I was
Do they
going to
have
say,
any
does it
information
seem like
about
anyone has items made from dragon scale?
Again, you've exhausted the option of finding any dragon experts here. These are merchants; they don't seem to be
Well, they might
experienced in
sell
dragons,
knowledge.
and but yeah, they don't seem to know much about that kind of stuff. One of them suggests that you should probably ask somebody who has slain dragons before.
That's what I was going to say, if any of them actually have dragon scale items, because we could ask where they got it from, but
Let's go do the heist.
Yeah.
It still comes down to this Hamlet person.
yeah, because the other one's dead.
Yeah.
Don't know how.
Don't know how. Okay, well, you leave the merchants and you take the long way round.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Just checking. It is.
Didn't we go in there though through that entrance last time? Am I imagining that?
Yeah, you went through the
when we-
merchants' gate last time. Yes.
Yeah, that was before we left. I mean, we could check with the gate to see if they'll let us through first, since we are literally right there. Because obviously the castle district guards knew who we were. Would these ones know that?
No, they
It doesn't
don't.
hurt to ask. It does not
ki-
hurt to ask.
I guess, but we kind of established that they don't talk to each other because when we tried to enter the city,
Right.
we were like, "Oh, our request to enter the castle district is probably approved by now," and they were like, "We wouldn't know that."
Yeah. So we can check and see if they'll let us in since we're right here before we go the long
Okay.
way.
Okay.
They ask for your pass. You don't have a pass. They don't let you in.
Okay.
Unless you want to do some crimes.
Are you saying that get us arrested so they take us through the game?
Well, I mean that could work maybe. No, what I was suggesting was if you want to like bribe the guards, or if you want to cast suggestion on them, or if you want to just threaten them with violence. Those are options. But if you're not willing to do any of those, then no, they are not
I
letting
just
you
say,
pass.
please, 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 please. I don't want to walk all the way around. My feet hurt.
They tell you that is a crime in the city.
Oh.
To have hurting feet.
Yes.
Wow. It's a good thing I'm not standing in the city right now, then, isn't it?
But yeah, they don't let you pass without a pass.
Okay. So yep, long way it is.
Some criminals you are. Not even willing to bribe a guard.
Yeah, we're very unwilling to bribe people, full stop. As I'm sure the record shows.
Yep. Also, now that you have arrived at the Academy of Alchemical Arts, one option I'm surprised you didn't, I don't think you have mentioned, was just like teleporting into the district. Which you...
Briefly
I mean, we
mentioned
briefly
and then
mentioned
we
it.
and we moved on.
Saying that it might not be in their manuals to shoot us yet if we teleport. But maybe that was only restrictions for the castle district.
Maybe.
Yeah. But anyways, it is night, and you are at the Academy of Alchemical Arts. Just, regular stuff. Just hanging out at night at the Academy.
Does it seem like they've already locked down for the night?
No, the place seems busy.
We probably should also buy more Arcanium now that we have a lot more money.
Yeah, let's buy
Okay, I mean so what I mean is that it seems like there's people in there, but it doesn't seem like it's open for public.
Gotcha.
Okay.
The shop would be closed at this time.
Gotcha.
Should we just wait until someone walks up like they're gonna start their shift?
Sure.
Because if we get someone while they're walking out, I think suggestion's gonna wear off before they go back in for their
Yeah,
next shift.
Suggestion like an hour long or something like that.
8 hours.
8 hours.
Also, are we saying I take the Arcanium so that we get the spell effect to work properly?
Oh, that's probably a good idea. What level is a suggestion?
It's only a 2nd level spell, but...
Yeah, let's make sure it works. Yeah, why don't you take the Arcanium? Plus, you're also gonna. Oh no, that's a bard ability, not a spell. Settling words.
Okay.
And if we do end up changing plans to trying to have someone go in invisible, we could probably have that person hold the lantern with the rest of us in it.
Yeah.
If
That
you're
way if
invisible
something-
and you're holding a lantern, would you not be not invisible?
Well, it
If you're
doesn't-
holding it when you cast it, it turns
Yeah, the
it.
things you're carrying also turn invisible.
No, as in does the lantern not shine light?
No.
Oh.
Not mechanically, anyways.
At the end of the day, that's all that matters.
I did not prepare invisibility. I did not think we were doing the heist today.
Why would we
I-
prepare for something? That makes no sense.
Ree did
I'm-
mention
I-
having the greater invisibility, so
Oh yes.
It's only 1 minute though, greater invisibility.
What?
is it that short?
Hmm.
It is
Yep.
that short, it's only 1 minute.
Because again, you can use actions while doing it.
Right.
Greater invisibility is usually more for like combat applications. Like Frida and Mervyn have actually faced a wizard that used greater invisibility in battle against them, and just sort of which gets really annoying because they're sort of whoop.
Yep. So
Where are
regular
they?
invisibility is
And
1
magic
hour,
just
greater
happens.
is 1 minute.
Yeah, but regular breaks if you do anything.
He really liked his AoEs.
So we're just waiting for the next guard shift to come in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know the map says we're waiting right outside the door, but can we say that we're waiting across the street? We're just kind of lurking.
You can place your tokens wherever you want. That is not inside the thing.
Yeah, I guess we're around the corner then.
I place my token in the merchant district.
And yes, if we're going to be going with the suggestion idea first, like I said, you should probably try to disguise yourself. Just in case it doesn't work, they don't automatically know who you are.
Yeah.
You know what,
Once
I'm gonna
we
stay within 60 feet of you because I can cast Silver Bug.
I mean, how long is disguise south? Let me check that first.
Should be an hour.
Yeah, 1 hour. So if we see someone who looks to be wearing the same, because we scouted out someone leaving before, yeah. That first night, we just didn't act upon it.
You should
No,
do
we
that.
had someone walk up to us who was wanting to buy the Arcanium. I don't think we
We
saw
should do.
anyone
We should do
going.
someone that was kind of a jerk to us,
A dwarf.
like that, or one of those little hoodlums that kicked us out of the
Mhm.
docks area.
Well, I think disguise self can only make yourself look like a foot shorter or something like that.
Yeah, there's limitations.
I'll
Frid will
disguise
be a
myself.
tall dwarf.
Why don't you do the old fisherman again?
I do it as the Rat King. Imagine.
No, no.
So, so you have arrived at the academy. It's like midnight-ish. You don't immediately see anyone like coming in or out.
Yeah, we're
Do you just wait?
Yeah, wait in an alleyway, keeping an eye if there's
Yeah,
anyone. coming our way.
why don't we wait like around the corner, peeking out, so that you can take the Arcanium and cast disguise self.
Yeah,
like,
that's
because
my
we
plan.
might have to wait multiple hours. So it's like,
Yeah, cast the disguise and then go up to them and
Yeah, exactly.
try to suggest them. Though going in would probably be less questions than coming out. If it came to that.
what do you mean?
Like, if you do it on someone who's coming out, then they're leaving for the day. So why would they go back in?
Yeah, no, that's what we're doing.
Yeah,
we're doing it on someone who's
yeah.
coming into
We're
work.
waiting for someone to show up for their shift.
And you're specifically waiting for someone who looks like a guard.
Yeah, or at least the physique of a guard.
Yeah, what if they change into their uniform once they get to work?
Well, we'll see if people come out in guard uniforms. Surely. And we've
I
already
mean, there
seen.
are some guards we have seen. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
some guards we have seen before.
Yeah, they did. You would recognize if they were wearing the same stuff as they were inside when they were sitting down.
Yes, we're waiting for someone who looks like a guard.
Okay. It's been a couple of hours. you've seen like 2 people go in and out who have looked very much like meek little alchemists. So not fitting your requirements. But yeah, it's been a couple of hours and nothing.
Keep waiting then.
Yeah.
Could it just be unguarded?
No, we're gonna
Doubtful.
wait.
You wait another hour. 3 hours have passed. Nothing.
I wonder if they have a place they sleep here.
I mean, that would just be insane, right?
You can't live there your whole life. You've got to.
They don't leave the building ever.
Surely you can't stay in a building at night. You wait another hour. It's been 4 hours.
Could I cast Arcane Eye and see whether it even can cast, because it's a divination spell?
Yep.
You could try.
I'll put it up for you.
Oh, God.
Does it work?
4th level, right?
Where are you
This is
casting it?
non-arcane. Or just cast it like 30 feet in front of me, and then from that point I could move it in.
Alright, so just like wherever. Let's see. Yep, you have an eye.
Okay, so I do not know if anything random has happened. Great. Using the same path and whichever walls that does not have solid barrier, I'm just gonna go as far in as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Pass through an opening as small as 1 inch.
Yeah. So could I even enter this room?
Yep. You can get through. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Yep, you can. Wait, no, wait,
I
hold on.
The
As
last
small
line says
as
a
1
solid
inch.
barrier. Yeah, if it's a solid barrier, I can't touch.
Small as 1 inch. Yeah. Okay.
No smaller.
'Cause it
than
w-
an inch.
1 inch is pretty big.
Yeah, it's quite big. Yeah.
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 As luck would have it, a random alchemist walks out of the building, so you do get in into the reception area, and from there,
Wondering if there's any like guards people there. Maybe there are no guards.
yeah, I was just thinking if you were able to get forward. You can't get forward from that area, and you also don't see any people in there. But you also, when you were here the first time, there were no guards in this room, in the like entry hall.
Yeah, I think
So-
we didn't see any until we got through those double doors.
Hmm.
Yeah.
We might need to force a distraction so that we can force people to come out.
But we don't want.
You want
That
to
wasn't
do
our
this
plan,
quietly.
though.
Yeah, if we're not able to have a guard come out, I mean, we could probably do it with an alchemist too, since obviously they had to be in the lab. But if
It would just be so suspicious if they walked around to the window and opened it.
Or
in
not
full
so much
view of the
window,
guard.
but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise we can try the invisibility and a teleport thing.
We could.
I mean, the good thing now is that I could just teleport you in because I can see inside, so I could just teleport you in if you want to
Well,
be.
you
teleported.
can't
No, we
see
don't want-
inside
not
the
there.
special bit.
No,
Yeah.
no, no, we don't want to.
Only the reception area right now.
Oh yeah, no. We don't want to go into the reception area.
The
Yeah, because
reception
we still have to
areas.
get through the doors that have locks.
Um,
Very, very big locks.
and there's alchemists coming in and out, so the lab's not an option.
I mean, with those alchemists going in and out of the labs, you could get through those 2 doors.
Could I? DM?
There's an alchemist coming in or out within the 2 hours.
You could try to follow
Well,
behind them
one
with
hour.
like the regular invisibility that lasts more than a minute, but
I wouldn't recommend that. Additionally, because of the way that doors work, and considering where they are, if they're sealing one door behind them, you need to wait for 2 different occurrences of people coming out.
Also, you will have to, even if you're invisible, you do have to roll your stealth checks because you are making noise and like you're.
No, I meant for the eye. The eye.
yeah, the eye could
Yeah.
eventually get through there.
I have a
Yeah,
question about misstep. If you
If
were,
there happens to be people there.
I have a question about Misty Step. If you were standing here and needed to go up to inside,
You have to see where you're going.
you have to see where you're going in with Misty Step.
Doesn't specifically
It's
say
only
so.
Dimension door that you could do it without seeing.
Yeah, Misty Step, a space that you can see within 30 feet.
Damn it. Okay.
I have another way of going in though, but I'm not sure if you guys want to do it. The risk is I do not know who is inside the lab. So I could cast Arcane Eye outside and then Dimension Door inside and then use Arcane Gate to get everybody inside.
We don't want to get everyone inside though. That's the thing. We just want a guard to open it. Unless we can sneak past the guard, open it, and then them not think anything. We want this to be as subtle as possible. So really, the best case is a guard does it, but we need a guard to be there to do it. Because if anyone sees them open it, they're not going to be under the effects of the mass suggestion.
Dupe, I have
Oh,
a
even
question.
regular-
That place, that was a window, right?
It's like a stone wall that comes out.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
not transparent. You do not see
right,
through it.
not transparent. Right. Got it. Right. Okay.
And the latch to do it seemed like it would be too heavy for Mage Hand.
Yes. You've designed this perfectly, Dupe.
Perfectly annoying.
Does anyone have knock?
That also would not be very quiet, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it's loud. That's right.
I mean, you could just knock on the window and hope that somebody opens it. And then forgets to lock it.
Cause an explosion in the lab at the same time.
Or
Or just
I guess technically
suggestions don't look
thaumaturgy.
this.
Just blow up the wall.
I mean, as far as ideas go, that's not even a bad idea. We blow up the wall and disappear.
And the Thieves
Then we're
Guild
not
is gonna be like,
Well, we're
thanks,
becoming as
that made
subtle
our
as
job
possible."
really, really easy. I'm not gonna say anything. No. Go on, go on with
okay.
your plans.
Okay, so my current idea. This is we come back with Mini Mervin. And I cast enhance ability. Someone casts invisibility on him, and I cast enhance ability to get his strength up enough that he maybe can lift. He currently has a -3 strength, but possibly with enhance ability, he could.
There's no way that happens.
Enhance ability, it gives advantage on strength checks.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
If you want, I can give you a hint.
I'm
Sure,
not
'cause I
gonna
think we have
say
two
no to
ideas,
it.
but so far, yeah.
They suck. We have terrible ideas.
I mean, we can wait for another
Yeah.
alchemist to go in, and then I could follow him with the arcane eye. That would get the arcane eye a lot further compared to just the
Yeah.
deception.
You can, yeah, with some luck, but what I wanted to say was just kind of repeat one thing, which was that you're really focusing on the latch right now, but again, that's not the only solution to this problem necessarily. Like, that's what you were asked to do, but that was
Right.
what you were asked to do so that the Thieves Guild could get the formula. But if you just got the formula, because right now
So
you've
if-
just been talking about like teleporting to the laboratory or
Yeah.
teleporting to the corridor, all of these places where you know there's people.
So we could
Okay,
theoretically.
here's a really out of the park idea.
I mean,
Disguise self. Suggestion to the guy in charge. What is the recipe?
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Reasonable suggestions.
Do you think he would have it off the top of his head?
Well, get him to get us the recipe, or
Well, I mean, like, if I made meth, would I be able to like recite it from memory?
depends on how good you were at making meth.
You said that suggestion lasts for 8 hours?
8 hours. Yeah.
Is it 8 hours?
Yeah,
8 hours.
but
Yeah.
but hold on. With suggestion, it needs to be something that the recipient finds to be reasonable, and
Right.
based on your interactions with the master of the academy, they would probably not find it reasonable to share the recipe with anyone.
Okay, so
If you disguised yourself as the master themselves and had them talk to themselves, then you could maybe convince them to give it to themselves, but then you would have to
you
convince
were
them.
dreaming.
So
Yeah.
that's where disguise self could come in handy, because you could disguise as one of the other people. But alternatively, since we got the arcane eye in there, or getting there,
Yeah.
you could just suggest that one of the alchemists write the recipe down in the lab, and have the arcane eye try to see it, so Ree can try to remember it or
Oh,
write it down or what have you.
interesting.
That's
Interesting.
an idea. That might seem more reasonable.
It might. We could also give Ree the Arcanium dimension door into where it's kept, and just pull off the heist ourselves.
We'd have to be able to recognize the formula. That's the only thing there.
I mean, just like take all the papers.
Okay, so have the formulas for all the potions.
Yes. You don't think they'll be labeled?
We
Maybe
disguise
we can
self as Welton Rich. I'm here for an inspection.
Kate, yeah.
I'm from the FDA. You know, your first spot inspection.
At 4 a.m.
We're so good at this.
How have we not died yet? Honestly.
Great idea.
All right. It's the arcane eye hangs out in the reception area for a while, but nobody comes or goes. So the arcane eye, puff, disappears. You have no eyes. Yeah, it's been another hour. It is so now it's been 4 hours that you've been waiting here. You haven't seen any guards. Do you keep waiting?
I think. Do we want to try and pull off the heist ourselves? It almost seems easier.
I think it's a lot easier if I just do
I have a-
invisibility and then dimension door, and then just that's it, right? Just go in and out.
Yeah.
Well, but they can see the dimension door, can't they?
I don't know.
I have a
Let's see.
question. If
Dimension door is not a literal door.
I mean, I was picturing a portal of some kind.
No,
It doesn't
I
create a
think so.
portal. It's a teleportation spell. So you
Oh.
teleport. Although, I mean, at the other end, if you want to do it again, then it does have the vocal component, so they would be hearing you.
here is my
Yeah.
question: if I cast clairvoyance, can I misty step to the location that I have then seen through clairvoyance?
I hold on. Let's see. I don't think there's any reason why not, but let me check.
The Misty Step range would still be an issue, but
Well, not
Because I
necessarily an issue, but because like you can walk around the building.
Yeah.
interesting because I know that Mervin was the only one that went to like the end of the hallway.
Yes, that is true.
Well, I still know
Yeah,
where the
I mean,
rooms
yeah,
you can get access to.
There's no reason that I would see that they wouldn't work. You can clairvoyance and misty step. Yes. So you would have to cast clairvoyance, then transfer your eyes over there, and then misty step. And if it's within 30 feet of your body, then you can do it.
Do you
I
think you
can't
could
move
take
the
out that
sounds.
one guard? Do you think you could take out that one guard with sleep? Or actually, you wouldn't need to. If you're invisible and Misty Step, then you could maybe just move
Also-
in. You wouldn't notice.
I don't have sleep anymore. Got rid of that a while. It just stopped being useful.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Never mind.
Yeah, not too many things with that low of health at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even if I upcast it, it wasn't good enough to do anything in the situations that I was using it in.
So first of all, can you cast clairvoyance several times?
Yes.
Are you current? Hold on. Are you currently in a situation where after this you're going to be taking a long rest, so you can just use up everything you have, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So you're not going to be stingy about your spell slots. So how about, just a suggestion, how about you clairvoyance to that one room that you haven't seen,
That's what I'm planning on doing. But I'm thinking about
just to
what
at
the
least
steps
see
after.
it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
because you can just cast it again if you need.
Yeah. Here are my. I can also upcast to use if I need to. So my plan is take Arcanium, clairvoyance into the room here that we saw the door for. Then, depending on what's that in there, I potentially immediately misty step into there if it's unoccupied. I grab whatever's available, and then.
You have to clairvoyance and Misty Step.
Yes,
back
to
out.
get out. I'd also want to disguise self before misty stepping and clairvoyancing because that is not a concentration thing.
Is clairvoyance? Can you move the place?
No,
Can
so
you
I'd
move
have
it?
to use another
Oh,
spell
you
slot
have
to
to-
craft a
okay.
new one.
That seems like a good. idea.
Mhm.
But the casting time is also 10 minutes. Is
For
another thing.
clairvoyance.
Yes.
Oh my god. Then you cannot get caught.
Oh
Yeah,
God. Okay.
I mean, if you
I
want to
can just
crack
cast
open,
suggestion to get someone to ignore me.
That is fair. In case
if you want
someone
to crack open doors so I could get Arcane Eye in, I could teleport you out anytime. I just need to see you to teleport you out.
No, there's
Well,
two
if he
locked
gets this
doors
latch
between.
opened, he probably won't even need that because I assume that that's going to open the wall here.
Well, forget the latch. We're getting
Yeah,
the
we're
recipe
going
if
for
this
the recipe.
works.
Okay, either way.
Oh, go on. We're not getting any progress, so I'm going to
Yep,
down
do
the
something.
Arcanium. Once I've downed that, I'm going to
Wait,
disguise.
one thing before you leave, just in case there's a window. I'm gonna cast Spider Climb on you, in case it'll help at all.
Sure. I can hide on the ceiling.
I have so little to contribute in this, so you're gonna get Spider Climb.
Cool. Lovely. So that's an out. I cast Disguise Self, disguising myself as one
Oh
of.
wait, the Spider Climb. Nothing happens, right? Because I didn't take Arcanium.
So level 2.
Level 2.
What do you mean nothing happens?
Any side
Oh,
effects.
I'm asking if nothing happens.
Other side effects of the spell.
Yeah, like random things.
You cast a spell.
Okay, great.
Cool. Lovely. I cast Disguise Self, and I turn myself into the old fisherman. Sure.
Okay.
Why not? Then I clairvoyance into.
I was going to say, you can probably make yourself look like one of the guards we saw last time we were here.
Yeah, no, actually, that's a smarter idea. What's the worst that happens? I'll disguise self into the guard that was sitting down closest, so there, in that guard because I saw him. Then I cast clairvoyance into this room here.
It's empty.
It's empty. There's no people in there.
Yep.
Are there papers?
Yeah. You missed a step because it's closed, so I'm just trying to get you to guess. You missed a step. We know the whole process, so I can just move you in there, so you can see it for yourself.
Okay. I search for anything pertaining to a recipe for Arcanium.
Where? The room is as you see.
I'll look at this table first, and then I'll look through the bookshelves. It says
The table has a map, and it's got some sort of glowy thing, stone with something. There's a book. Nothing screams Arcanium recipe.
the rest of the stuff also doesn't look like Arcanium related. I will very quickly scan for the words Arcanium on any of the books.
So they are not books; they are scrolls. Yeah, paper rolls. But there's like bookshelves full of these paper rolls.
Time-wise, what's quicker, me putting them all into my bag or me looking through them?
You would not be able to put them all in your bag. There's so many of them.
Okay.
You would be able to like fit like half a bookshelf in your bag.
Also, how would I be able to move the whatever this is in front of a door?
So that's a desk.
Yeah.
You could, yes.
How loud do I think that would be?
Louder than you probably want it to be.
Okay.
It's a heavy desk. So this is a desk. These are crates. There's some potions in there. There's a table in the middle, which has some sort of other table in the middle with a crystal ball on it. There's some more desks over here. You got the table over there. You have a chest, and then you have the bookshelves.
I'm gonna look in the chest.
All right. The chest is locked. Oh, there's a lock on the chest. Do you try to open it?
I shall try. Yes.
All right. Do you try with 1 or 2 hands?
2.
Okay. You notice that your hands stick to the chest.
Bugger.
Can't cast spells with somatic components.
your hands are like stuck. You feel like you can like rip them out, but they are like sticking.
Can I cast? Do I have dispel magic?
You should.
I don't
Or no.
have many spells. Oh no.
Get your entire body stuck to the chest with that.
Dispel magic has a semantic component, so you would need your hands free first.
Fuck, that's awesome.
Made a mess.
See, this is why I didn't want to do this.
I rolled low on Mervin's magic.
Oh.
Oh, were you
Oh.
thinking it was like a trap?
Yeah.
I thought it was a trap.
Oh, no,
Oh,
it's not a trap.
my fault.
Yeah, it's Mervin's
fault.
spell. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought that was clear.
I know it seems like it was just a glue trap. So
Yeah, I thought it was just a glue trap. I was like, that's new. That's weird.
No. It was just yeah.
And is that obvious to me?
What?
That it's a
It's my fault.
that it's Mervin's thing.
Yeah, I would say that you are able to figure out that because Mervin cast a spell that allows you to climb on walls, that this has now made your hands stick to
Try
everything
and damage
without
me until I drop concentration.
without your like yeah.
Okay, what I do
Any
is I then use subtle spell, so I don't have to use any verbal somatic components.
Mm-hmm.
To cast message to Mervin to dispel the spell immediately.
Okay.
Stop this monkey business.
I do. I stop.
How many? That's
I don't remember. Does message
Okay, so
allow you
that's
to respond?
one.
It does allow me to respond.
It doesn't matter. I don't need a response. I need you to stop the spell.
Your hands are free.
Thank God. That was the most terrified I've been in the entire campaign.
Well, yeah, because you can't cast any spells with somatic
Oh,
components.
if
You're
that was
just so
anyone other
screwed.
than me, I think they would have been screwed.
Well,
Yeah.
he did say you could try to pry yourself loose, but
I need a second for that one. I well and truly thought that was the end of Fred. Like, I was more scared then than when I tried to drown myself. Like, most terrified I've been the entire campaign.
And this is why we don't just cast a spell just for the fun of it.
I understand the consequences now, dude. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I thought you were screwed. I thought you were absolutely
Ah.
screwed. Just
But that's a
sit
very
there.
good trap now that we've given Dupe the idea. Oh my God.
Mm, yes. Glue
Am I able
hands.
to now open the chest though?
It is still locked.
Oh.
It seems like it's got a lock on it. Just looking at it and just kind of guesstimating, it doesn't seem like it would be a magical lock. You would have to verify, of course, if you wanted to, but it seems like it's a regular old lock.
Do I have anything that I can pick a lock with? I don't think so. Which isn't great. To unlock a lock, or to break a lock, to crush it, what out of the following options is most viable? Polymorphing into a strong animal and crushing the lock, or using a spell like, I don't know, Firebolt to destroy it.
Polymorph you would probably be able to do more quiet. Because casting some sort of destruction spells is gonna.
Also,
Are you able
Cause
to
some
lift
noise.
the chest at all?
am I able to lift the chest?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
you can just bring it with you and I can pick the lock.
It
Can
is. It is. It's like it's a fairly big chest, but it seems like most of the weight is just the like heavy wood that it is.
Wait, let me read the spell of that.
I would keep looking and see if you can find the recipe elsewhere, and if it's not anywhere else, then grab the chest and bring it with you.
Yeah. Because Misty Step is only verbal, so you could redo the way you got in while carrying the
Yeah.
chest.
I'd also like to ask, Mold Earth, how effective would that be on breaking a hole in the wall?
Ooh. It has to be loose earth.
Yeah. Right.
So it wouldn't do anything to the stone wall.
Yeah.
Actually, move that out of the way. It looks like it would have to be loose earth. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't do stone. Yeah.
I also do have Dispel Magic. I don't know why I wasn't seeing that earlier. I was just really panicking. Okay, I will. Are any of the scrolls labeled at all?
No.
There's no labeling system.
No.
Then I will.
We should have given you the box that lets you. That's the box of holding.
I'm going to just start looking through scrolls. Actually, I'm also going to start with a scroll on there, on the table. The table's there.
Okay. The scroll there is not what you're looking for.
Then
Oh, actually, give me an Arcana check.
Arcana check. Oh god.
All right. It's still not the scroll you're looking for.
Yeah, then I guess I'm going to just look through the stuff along the sides. Start with.
So going through, like
How long do I think it would take?
systematically going through and like opening everyone and looking what's in, would take you probably like hours.
Oh, right. Okay. I will. I can't look for all of them. I'm going to just stuff a bunch of them into my bag. Not even, just like a half a shelf, like however many I can do quickly, and then clairvoyance, and then pick up the chest.
Which ones?
Let's say these down here.
All right.
Like just the top shelf part of it.
All right.
And then we
So the-
will.
Clairvoyance
said
and
the-
chest out.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said the chest felt heavy, but it was probably just the wood. It felt like whatever was in
Yep.
it, if anything, was light.
Yep.
Okay, so it's probably.
Frid has arrived back with you with the chest.
And then I will say to Mervyn, can we put this in the bag, the box? Or does it, will it not?
The chest?
inside.
Yeah, would it fit or no?
No. It
The
requires
openings now.
the things to be like really small.
Then I'll say let's
Just
take
cover
this somewhere a bit more quiet and then I pick it.
Yeah.
And then actually, can we take it inside the lamp?
Let me take another look. I believe so.
That's so exciting.
Let's see. Nope, that's the wrong one. Vessel, this one.
Yeah, I mean, we got more spells.
I mean, if we're carrying it, probably.
Actually, I'll let you for this one. So I'll let you have the chest out here. But I didn't check Misty Step. But it doesn't specify that you can like take anything with you. It's just you teleporting. And a chest, a big chest that you like carry with two hands is not the same as the stuff that is on you and your equipment. So that would not fall into that. So it will have to specify specifically that you can take things with you, because there's teleportation spells that specify that you can
Yeah.
take things with you.
Oh, okay.
It's
I
weird because
didn't
the
know that.
wording, it doesn't
It
mention
doesn't
you being
specify
able to
that you
bring
can't.
things, like, it doesn't say that you bring in whatever you're carrying, but at the same time it also says you can store objects there. And it says that any objects, if the lantern is destroyed, automatically appear in the space. So like, it doesn't specifically say like what you can bring in, but it specifies that you can store things in it.
So the same way how Misty Step doesn't say that you can't carry a chair or a chest in, but it also it doesn't say you can, doesn't say you can't.
Yeah.
So the
It
same way.
says, as an action, you
but-
can
but
magically
for-
vanish
for
into your
Misty-
vessel.
Yeah, for Misty Step, for the Genius Vessel, this is a different question. But for Misty Step, it specifically it doesn't say that you can carry things, so you can't carry things with it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Yeah, because for the genie, basically just says you can magically vanish and enter the vessel, which remains in the space you left. The interior is an extra dimensional space in the shape of a 20-foot radius cylinder, 20 feet high. Interior is appointed with cushions and low tables and is a comfortable temperature. And while inside, you can hear the area around your vessel as if you were in its space. You can remain for a certain number of hours. Any objects left in the vessel remain there until carried out, and if the vessel is destroyed, every object stored there harmlessly appears in occupied spaces closest to the vessel's former space.
Yeah, I think for the Genius Vessel, it's the same thing. It's the objects it talks about are just like if you go in there with a sword and you leave the sword there. I think that's the thing. Yeah.
Then can we just put it on the cart?
Yep.
We could also possibly try to, if you think it'll be easy to open, can open it here, and if we have enough spell slots still, we can put the chest back, so it would take longer for it to be discovered.
Sure, Mervyn can. If we carry it a bit further away than we are, like so we're like a few buildings away, then do that. Not that a guard walking to work sees, oh, that's a very important chest.
Can we just like cover it with a blanket while you're carrying it?
We'll stand around so that you're covered from view.
Because I think it'll stand out either way if we're trying to carry it down the street.
Okay, so I'm picking it here.
Yeah, go on. And I'll give you bardic
Okay.
inspiration.
Thank you. Can I?
I can put guidance on that too.
Sure. Do I roll anything to see if there are magical traps?
I
You
cast
can,
detect magic.
yeah, detect magic can be a thing, but you can also roll for roll perception or investigation, depending on how you want to investigate it.
I'm gonna.
I would like to cast
roll-
detect magic.
Yeah,
Mhm.
cast magic. Yeah.
No
So-
magic.
Cool.
No magic,
and I'll
great.
relay that.
Then I will just do my thieves' tools check.
So any traps would be physical.
I don't need help.
Yeah. So, do you
You know what?
use your
Let's just get that up over.
do you use your bardic
Inspiration.
inspiration?
Why not?
You still have a D4 from guidance. as
Don't,
well.
no. I'm going to say don't use guidance because you haven't taken the Arcanium.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Guidance is what, a cantrip?
It's,
it's a
regardless,
Oh, is it a cantrip?
it could
It is
mean
a cantrip. Yeah.
it could be a terrible roll, and then guidance, whatever roll you get, is just a 0. I'm just spitballing.
So Mervyn, you take a look at the lock, and for a little bit with your lockpick, and you realize that it's a really bad lock, and anyone could open it with like a toothpick or whatever. So it just pops open, really easy. You're not sure. You feel like maybe if somebody had like banged on the lock, it could even open. It's so bad. So yep, it opens up. Inside it, there's one scroll.
Well, let's read the scroll.
I'm gonna read it.
It's a summoning spell for a greater demon. It is the recipe for the Arcanium.
Yes.
Thank God.
Just
Can
based
I,
on the person's reaction when Frid had mentioned having someone swim through a ley line, does the recipe mention anything about ley lines?
No.
Okay.
Do we understand the words written there on the Arcanium recipe?
Yes.
Okay.
When we
You have a wizard who knows these kind of things as well. You would know that you would not be able to make it yourself. It would require specialized equipment. Like you would be able to make it in a lab if you had the equipment and the ingredients, but it requires specialized equipment that's like lab equipment, and also very rare ingredients.
Okay. Let's toss the chest in the bushes.
There are no
and
bushes
take
here, are there?
I mean, unless we want to, if we have the ability to get it, well, I guess we, based on the discussion, maybe not. I was gonna say, unless we have the ability to get it back inside, just so it's not obvious.
Well, if you were able to misstep it out, you can misstep it in this time as well. But
If you have the spell slots for that.
I'll have to upcast some stuff, but I can do that. And there's also
No,
the...
but you might get caught again because it's 10 minutes
Yeah.
for every clairvoyance. Just leave the chest here. They'll realize the recipe is gone when when they go in the room the next time.
Okay.
Let's take the scroll, and when we get back to the Adventurers Guild,
transcribe it. So we have a
transcribe it.
copy.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, let's make a copy of it. I don't trust the Thieves Guild. We're making a copy of that. Then we're gonna make flyers of it.
Oh God, that's a dangerous idea.
all right, so you throw the box in not bush, just leave it
In a
there.
bin, there's a bin, a public bin.
Yeah.
Nope, but you just throw it somewhere where there's other boxes, and then you run away.
Awesome.
Back to the Adventurers Guild. You arrive at the Adventurers Guild in the morning.
Can we long rest now?
You can.
Yeah, I'd like to long rest.
Yeah. So you'll be
Also-
sleeping through the day. Yep.
Before we put it in there, I'd like to before we take our long rest, I'd like to put the scroll with the recipe in our magic storage thing.
Do you mean the box of holding, or do you
Yes.
mean our
box
arcane
of holding.
locked chest?
Either one. Or have we sealed up the arcane lock box? Very.
The
powerfully?
arcane lock box is just the regular like second level arcane lock. It can
So
be
the
opened with knock.
yeah, but so the box of holding that you had was opened by the Thieves Guild. So it's
Oops.
currently unlocked. And if you wanted to lock it, you would have to you could lock it again. But then you would have to unlock it.
I say we put it in our special lockbox, not the arcane bag of holding. Not the box of holding, our treasure chest.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yep. Anyways. So you go to sleep, and that's it.
Long rest? Does that go off, or are we finding out?
It's a week-long rest.
I will leave it for next time then.
Yep. We will next time Zarud will find out that you have for sure not done any crimes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I almost killed you, Fred.
Honestly, I've not been that scared in D&D.
Also, I would like to note that even though I did kind of suggest to you that that is an option that you can just go and steal the thing yourself, I would note that you chose the thing that was more of a crime than than going in there and opening a latch and forgetting it open.
honestly, that seemed harder. It seemed way harder.
Yeah.
There was no spot that was out of sight.
Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't.
And also it all is dependent on them not knowing the latch is open when we leave, because the Thieves Guild needs to be able to come back later. If we knock everyone out,
I mean, our job
They're
was
just
to
gonna
open
lock
it,
it.
not to make sure it stayed open.
I guess. I
Anyways, that's it for this week. Now you have learned how to act with the Emperor. You've forgotten when to meet the Emperor. You've half learned how to kill a dragon. Next time you'll learn to kill the dragon a little bit more. And next time you'll also have a fun fight.
God.
cool.
Alright, see you next week. Bye. There we go. There. What happened to the chat? The chat's supposed to be there. Like, for some reason things have been weird. Really weird with OBS. But mostly with like Stream Deck. Not OBS, but Stream Deck. Acting with OBS and Stream Deck acting with everything else. I need to maybe check if Stream Deck needs an update. Anyways, that's it for today. Thanks everyone for joining in. And so next week's going to be a shorter week. I think it might be that we're going to be here on Saturday next time, because I'm pretty busy for the beginning of the week. I'll have to figure out the schedule, but might be just Saturday and Sunday next week only. But that's it. Thank you, and I will see you all. Bye.